Excused.
Senator Coe,
He's here.
Senator Garou,
Here.
Senator Hicks,
Here.
Senator Kinski, Representative Murphy,
Here.
Representative Harshman,
Here.
Representative Kirkbride,
Here.
Representative Nicholas,
Here.
Representative Schwartz,
Here.
Representative Western,
Here.
Vice Chairman Walters,
Here.
and Chairman Perkins.
Excused. We'll be joining later.
Vice Chairman Walters, you have
that-
a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. And I don't have any opening remarks other than welcome everybody. Good to see all of you. It would be more fun to see you in person, but that's the nature of today's beast. So good to see you on the screen nonetheless. And with that, an approval of our proceedings from our September meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to those meeting notes?
Move for approval.
Senator Garou moves for approval and Representative Nicholas second that. Are there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, between a combination of the hands and verbal, I think that passes unanimously. So with that, we'll move on to our first item of business, which is the implementation and update for the proposals for the state trust lands in Teton County. And so Director Scoggin and Mr. Crowder, we'll turn it over to you. We see you joining us there, so hopefully you can hear us.
We can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and we hear you loud and clear. So with that, I will let you proceed. If it's okay with you as we go, if there's questions from the members, we might interrupt and ask those questions as we go.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, that would be fine.
Okay, very good. Well, take it away.
Okay. Well, I'm Jennifer Scoggin. I'm the Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments, and I have with me here today Deputy Director Jason Crowder, and we've been asked to appear before the committee to update the committee and discuss the report we prepared as required by House Bill 162 or House Enrolled Act number 83. As you recall, the legislation required us to solicit proposals for development opportunities for state trust land parcels located in Teton County to maximize the value of each parcel and generate revenue for the trust beneficiaries. We reviewed all submitted proposals for feasibility, and we have developed the report with recommendations for developing the parcels identified in the proposals. As part of the process, we consulted with state and federal agencies, local governments, and other interested parties, recognizing too the objectives of the Teton County Master Plan. The report, as you may recall, was due October 31st. We were actually a day early with it and had it distributed on October 30th. We have to date updated the Joint Appropriations Committee. We did that a couple of weeks ago, just before the report was scheduled to come out. We have not yet followed up with the Board of Land Commissioners, although they have in fact received the report. We've been under tremendous time constraints with them due to the CARES Act funding and all of the additional board meetings that we've been required to have as a result of that. So at this point, the Board of Land Commissioners must still review the study with an eye toward obtaining the greatest long-term benefit to the trust beneficiaries and to determine how to manage these lands. Again, like I said, it may take a little bit of time for this to get sorted out because we're pretty short on time due to CARES Act funding into the end of the year. Nevertheless, we are committed to addressing the report with the board as soon as possible. And once we have some direction from the board, we can commence our normal agency processes to help bring some of these opportunities to fruition. There may be some things that we can do early on in the process, if you will. But with that, Deputy Director Crowder's been in charge of this study, and he's been instrumental in bringing it to fruition. He's made himself available to state and local officials and the parties submitting the proposals to answer their questions. And so I will now yield the floor to him to provide the committee with an overview of what's in the report and kind of our path forward. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, to the extent that there are questions, feel free, please, to interrupt, and we will do our best to answer them. So Jason?
Very good. Thank you, Director. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, We did give an update to the committee several months ago when we had very little response to our solicitation. But since then and right before the deadline, we received great interest in all the parcels, relatively all the parcels in Teton County. We received 30 responses in all. 11 of those I would categorize as conservation based. 6 of those would be residential / commercial based. 10 of those had a no change component to them. They'd like the use or the non-use to remain. 11 of those talked about a federal transaction or opening the door for a federal land transaction. 3 of those were just a private land transaction. And then 6 were what I categorized as other, meaning they were just general comments about what we could do with the properties in Teton County. Received again 30 responses in total. The legislation required us only to put those that we deemed feasible within the report. So we removed 6 of those from the report. So you'll have 24 altogether within the report. We developed the matrix. We posted it on our website. We provided it to everybody who was interested in it. You can imagine there was great interest within Teton County and some angst about the direction that this process may take. So we provided that early prior to the report being prepared so that everybody could see exactly the proposals that we did receive and those that we were working on. In our matrix, we categorized them or at least addressed each one of them pursuant to the requirements of the legislation. And I'll read through those categorized or items that we judged each proposal on. The first one was its impact of public access for hunting, fishing, and other current recreational activities. And then impacts to existing grazing leases, water rights, irrigation and drainage ditches, consideration of other opportunities not included in the submitted proposal that would maximize the value of the parcel to the greatest extent possible, identification of costs and sources of revenue to develop and maintain the opportunity, the time needed to develop the opportunity, the identification of needed changes to Wyoming law, including public-private partnerships and the state's ability to partner with a private entity for the purposes of maximizing the returns of state funds, identification of any resources, including personnel necessary for OSLI or other state agencies to implement the opportunity, and the opportunity's feasibility, obviously. As we mentioned at the previous meeting, part of the governor's requested budget cuts was to remove $75,000 of the appropriation within the bill. We did that, meaning that we brought all of this work in-house. So everything that we're providing to you today is what we developed internally. The website work that we developed internally, did all of this internally with existing staff, and feel like we have a good product for you and feel like we comply with the legislation as written. It's important to note that when we went through the proposals that we went through them individually, meaning that each one by themselves are largely feasible. Of course, as the director mentioned, they would have to be spoken about strategically with the Board of Land Commissioners to understand a good direction to move forward. But each one individually does meet that feasibility standard. However, if you were to ask us to move forward with several at the same time or to move forward with more of the complicated ones in nature, that may take some time and we may not be able to get that done in a specific time frame, as the director mentioned, with existing staff and workload. So it's important to note that when we did the feasibility study, it was done on an individual basis. We were also surprised at the amount of response that we received. When we last spoke with you, we had 4 at that time, and honestly, that's what we expected to have throughout the duration of the solicitation. 30 responses kind of blew us away. And not only that, they were varied responses across all but a couple of the parcels within Teton County, which also blew us away. Which is why I believe the director mentioned that we do need to have a strategic conversation with the board, because there are many rabbit trails that we could chase down. But we want to make sure that we're doing so in an efficient manner and in a manner that's sustainable for revenue generation and for any practice or activity that may occur in Teton County. That obviously includes continued conversations with local leadership and especially the local planning and zoning department, as well as Teton County commissioners. We've had great conversations with them thus far, but I do believe we all recognize that there are proposals that we see to be very good revenue generating proposals, but may not meet the sustainability factor if the county is not on board or if the proponent can't meet the requirements of the county. So we want to make sure that we have those conversations moving forward. Part of the requirement of the legislation is that we develop recommendations. And again, having 30 responses, having each one be just a little bit unique and analyzed individually, developing recommendations for the committee or for the board right now may seem just a little bit premature without having a strategic conversation. So what we as the office have determined a good way to move forward is what we mentioned within the report, is to pick the low-hanging fruit first. There are items within the report or proposals that fit our normal workload, our normal rule structure, in that there are requests for grazing leases, there are requests for recreational leases and access easements. We're very much accustomed to doing that, and we can fold those into normal processes. So we anticipate, after discussion with the board, of moving forward with those relatively quickly. There are also many uses on what I call the Highway 390 parcel that is just adjacent to Teton Village. It's a very attractive parcel if you've been there. We have a lot of existing uses on that parcel. In fact, it's probably the most lucrative grazing and agricultural lease we have in the whole state on a per acre basis. So that brought a lot of interest, but most specifically, and where we would concentrate our attention first, is the very southeast corner, where we currently have a lot of landscape companies, a lot of stockpiling uses, as well as a recreational balloon activity on that parcel, that we would concentrate there. We've gotten a lot of interest above what is currently being done there. A lot of different companies wanting to use that property. This is something that we mentioned in the last session as well, as a very specific corner on a piece of state land that we are concentrated on in developing a competitive situation there, where folks may not get that for the next 10 or 15 years, but for the next 5 years, they could bid on a per acre basis or just a straight bid, and introduce a bit of competition into that situation so that we can always ensure that we're generating the maximum revenue from that corner. So that's the second area we would look at. The third is working with the federal government on a land transaction possibility. Obviously, most of the people on this call are very much aware we've been doing that for some time. And in this process, both Teton National Park as well as the Forest Service reached out and wanted to continue those types of conversations. And we're very much open to continuing those conversations, to trying to develop a process that is efficient and ensures that both sides get what they're needing out of basically what their missions are. So we want to continue those conversations, be very targeted in the parcels that we're speaking about, so that we can have a very good and solid process built around a land transaction that can be successful. And finally, there are many, as I mentioned, 11 proposals that identify some sort of conservation, and that's either a conservation lease, leaving the parcel as it is, or placing a conservation easement on that property. That's a very interesting idea to us. We currently have somewhat of a conservation lease on lands within the state. We have one in Teton County as well, and it's with the Game and Fish Department, where we set aside AUMs from grazing and agricultural use, and we set those aside for habitat benefit. Now, they pay a higher rate than just an AUM fee. They pay a certain amount above that based on an equation. And we believe that there are parcels that are ripe for this type of scenario within Teton County, as highlighted by the responses that we got. But this is certainly an area where we need to have a strategic conversations with the Board of Land Commissioners to understand exactly what they expect out of a situation like that if we were to do that on a broader scale than what we're currently doing, and more of a set-aside situation. So, Mr. Chairman, that is how the report developed. Again, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Representative Kirkbride, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Crowder, are there any of the proposals that would trigger what I'll call a no net loss situation, where the state would then have to turn around and acquire some land to balance the equation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kirkbride, that's a great question, and I think you're speaking to our 10,000 acre cap, that we don't go above or below a baseline of 10,000 acres. And just a little history on that, that baseline is based off of an acreage base or an acreage baseline established in 1999. That baseline was also required that we abide by through a budget bill that has since expired. So there's no requirement that we maintain a certain level of acreage any longer. However, we do still do that, and we still account for those acres because we do feel like that's a prudent thing to do and a very important fiduciary thing to do to maintain acreage ownership across the state. Currently, if I remember correctly, we are a little over 3,000 acres below that threshold. So we've got a little bit of cushion of about 7,000 acres that we could still dispose of and be within it, but we try to stay as close to zero as possible. So we're looking at acquiring through exchanges likely more acreage to get us closer to that zero. And again, we fluctuate through time. That goes up by 250 or up by 2,000 depending on the transaction we're working on. It's just currently we're a little over 3,000 under that threshold. I haven't gone through and added up every single acre that the proposals mentioned disposing of. Strictly speaking about the federal disposals, we're talking about 2 parcels mostly. So 1,200 acres is within that baseline, or that threshold.
Further questions for Mr. Crowder? Speaker Harshman, then I'll get to you, Senator Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right, Jason? Okay, thank you. Just, as I read through the proposals, and I didn't add it up, but is how much are these lands generating right now for, for their, the beneficiaries, really the school children of Wyoming? What's the total now? I mean, it's in the thousands, not in the tens of millions.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, that's another great question, and I haven't added up the total, but we did include that in the report. We thought that was very important, especially on the feasibility side, on a very parcel by parcel specific nature. So each parcel you can see, we have the existing uses and the revenue streams, and there are a couple parcels, the Highway 390 in particular, as well as the one right outside of Jackson, that do generate a considerable amount of money. But there are several more that do not generate anything.
So maybe you could add that up and, Mr. Chairman, follow up. And I got a couple here, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right. But just if you could add that up and kind of get it to us. When I looked at it, I mean, I was really kind of, it was really kind of unbelievable how little they generate. I mean, you got the most valuable lands in the world, some of the most. And I guess my question, Mr. Chairman, is, and first of all, really appreciate what your agency has done. I mean, we're in these times now and the work that you guys are doing and how you've adapted, it's really amazing. And so as legislators, we really appreciate your work, and it's so important. And then again, what you've been doing to help the State Land Board, the 5 electeds, is really admirable and really appreciate it. So I just want you to know, and how this even, you were able to make it happen was really commendable. So we really appreciate it. And I look at this as really a great first start. And so I guess, were there any, you mentioned that most of these came from Teton County, and, part of that appropriation that was cut was to maybe try to advertise this a little bigger, to the Wall Street Journal or to Denver and Boise and around, and try to, so that was my first question about that. Were we able to advertise it very wide, or basically more of the internet on your website?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, that is mostly how we did it, mostly on our website through word of mouth in Teton County. And then we use a service called GovDelivery to push out news and notices from the agency, and we did that. I don't recall exactly our subscriber list on that, but it's in the thousands as well. We did receive proposals from all over the nation, and not very many, I'll grant you that, but we did get some from Arizona, as far away as Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So the word did get out that we were doing this effort. However, we do believe it was a solicitation of ideas and that we aren't necessarily going to take the idea or the proposal that we have in front of us and run with it. We feel like we need to grab all of those other folks who didn't provide us with proposals, who didn't want to be a part of this public process. And we anticipate doing that through the state's RFP process, through the Department of Administration and Information. And they have a very robust process, and we really just hand it over to them. And they do a lot of the advertising as well. We did anticipate using a portion of that $75,000 for broader advertisement. We do have to pay A&I for that service. So we feel like once we get to that parcel specific advertisement through the RFP process, they'll throw a much wider net.
Okay, appreciate that. I guess then my last question, Mr. Chairman, we were pretty specific in this bill, and did you get the sense that, I mean, maybe if we had more tools, or if there was a way that, you could get the information on the proposal, but I got the word came to me that maybe folks didn't want to put their name into this because it was a public thing, and that they didn't want to go through this at this stage. Maybe, is there a way we could do some kind of proposals, ideas? You would have all that information and then you could share with us kind of the type of development or the type of proposal and the dollars. We don't want to sell these. Nobody, I mean, you think back to the previous administration, I think it was Governor Sullivan who sold the Boyles parcel up there for a few $1 million, and it's priceless. I mean, should have never sold it. Don't sell them. We don't want to sell these. They're just going up double digits every year, and these are going acres, 7, 8, 10 million. 10 years from now, it'll be even more. So I don't know. I guess, is there a way to get some proposals maybe where folks don't have to divulge that who it is to us publicly, but to you, of course, and then start sharing these broader, I don't know. I guess, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm phrasing the question right, but I'd like to give you some more tools. Like right now, you can't do a long-term housing lease, residential lease. We can do long-term commercial leases. We do them all the time. But geez, you think, what would it, like the Forest Service, a 99-year residential lease, what would something like that generate for the school kids of Wyoming per year? So that's my question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman, that's another good question, I believe. And inside of our normal process, I think that's how it largely happens, because they know that their information as we're negotiating a lease or terms on some type of proposal, we're not out having public conversations with them. And so to remain compliant with this bill, that is a public process. And we wanted to be sensitive to that, to provide the information to the public as you all had intended it to be. But in our normal process, we have inside internal conversations and negotiations that we don't let all of the public know about until it's appropriate for them to know about. A lot of folks didn't want to bid against themselves. So really, even if we were to start soliciting new proposals, they may not want to tell us what they're bidding until they know that there might be a light at the end of that tunnel. Which is why I think moving forward with an RFP on a parcel specific basis would get you more of that type of look at it, but it would be very parcel specific. The tools and the resources we have in-house simply don't lend themselves to be able to look at every single parcel, every single proposal in Teton County, but various parcel specific, we can absolutely do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hicks, and then I'll get to you, Representative Western.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jason and Jennifer, it seems to me, and this is kind of along the same train of thought of Representative Harshman, but we're 10 years into some of this stuff. I mean, my first year, we were debating the Kelly parcel 10 years ago, and had agreements. And the way I look at this, we've sat here and had 10 years of significant revenue deferment that could have gone towards the school foundation program. And I guess I'm at the point where I think that we need to start driving this process instead of being a little passive and just taking, submitting proposals out there. And I'm just wondering if what it would take for the office to start actually going to direct entities and soliciting proposals. I don't want to do another 10 years, given where we're at financially with the state and the deficit in the school programs. If we can generate significant revenue, honestly, I think one of the discussions that we need to look at would be maybe taking one of these parcels and seeing if we leased it, 99-year lease to one of the tribes, whether they'd be interested in operating a casino in Teton County. Where are we at with a land swap with, we get this from the National Parks Foundation, how valuable the Kelly parcel is. That's been on the table for 10 years. We've run appraisals for that. We did do some sales with the Teton National Park, but we know that we need to do some extensions inside Teton Park for the airport. And so I think at some point in time, we just have to come down with some concrete proposals, and that may not be something solicited, that we actually go out and make those proposals ourselves, because I don't want to spend another 10 years sitting here. And I think about back to what Representative Harsman, the lost income and the revenue off of that, we're talking tens of millions of dollars potentially a year. I don't want to forego another $100 million in the next 10 years for the school kids in this state. So just your thoughts about actually going out and generating actual proposals for entities and saying, here's the proposal from the state of Wyoming. In other words, an active approach versus a passive approach.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's a really great point, and it's interesting that you bring it up. Timing is everything. We just recently hired a new commercial leasing manager who's going to help with some of this. Now, when Governor Gordon appointed me to be the director of state lands, that's one of the things that I told him, is I thought that we could be much more proactive in identifying opportunities for revenue generation and pursuing them. Part of the deal, if you will, with this new hire is to do just that, to look in the different counties, particularly those parcels that we already know have great access and are in areas that lend themselves to revenue generation activities, and to think outside the box, and to formulate contacts and things like that with others who also have ideas. But my idea is to help be more proactive with this, to pursue these opportunities, to figure out what's going to work and not going to work. Whereas traditionally, staffing limitations and budgetary limitations have limited what we could and could not do with respect to being proactive in that role. But that is one of my goals with this new hire on the commercial leasing side, is to do some of exactly what you're talking about. Now, with respect to the Kelly parcel, I too understand, and that was before my time, obviously, that there have been discussions about purchasing the Kelly parcel and working with the feds. And as you know, when you work with the feds, it takes a while. It takes a long time, and you got to have money available. And it's my understanding, and maybe Deputy Director Crowder here can speak to that, but it's my understanding that there are some federal funds available, and this is probably the right time to tee that situation up again and to try to move that forward. So Senator Hicks and Mr. Chairman, I would yield to Jason to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, exactly right. With the Great Outdoors Act, there's a pot of money that may be available to them to do land acquisitions. And it's been made aware to me that both the Forest Service and the Park Service are both submitting applications to the powers that be for specific projects. And we have been involved in those conversations for those projects. You'll recall that one of the main reasons why we didn't get both the Kelly and the Antelope Flats parcel done at the same time was funding. that they were able to come with half of the money for one parcel and relied on donations for the other half. That was a huge lift and a great accomplishment on their part. Luckily, we're not in that same boat now if we move forward with them at this stage.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to follow up. And
Yes, Senator.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, I agree with that, but one of the reasons that I think that the transaction of the Antelope Flats parcel actually occurred is we had deadlines in there. And again, I'm looking at the lost opportunity cost. And so we all know what the old saying is, and it's time to get with the program. And again, 10 years of lost opportunity cost, I think, is substantial. So as we move forward with this proposal with the Forest Service, I think we need to have some pretty hard and fast deadlines, or it's to their benefit to just drag this thing out. For the values that they see associated with any of these parcels, it is inherently in their best interest to drag this thing out. And I guess I'm not interested in doing that. So if there's federal funds that they're going to pursue, we need to have some timeframes associated with those to get that done. So that would be, I commend you, Director. I think you're in the right direction, not just with the Teton Park, but all of these parcels to move forward with that. But again, I think we need some timeframes and some more information, Jason, on that, if you can help us out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Western, and then I'll get to you, Senator Guru and Representative Schwartz.
It seems like Representative Schwartz was extra enthusiastic to chime in, so I'll let him go.
Representative Schwartz, and then I'll get to you, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have to make a couple of comments here first, because I'm hearing some statements made that I don't really think accurately reflect what's going on. And I don't know, for instance, I don't know what the motivation of the federal government is. I don't know that it's appropriate to say that it's in their interest to drag this thing out. I don't think we should be making assumptions. I think we should be going forward on a good faith-based nature of negotiations. And I do agree that we need to probably do some legislation to put a time frame on it, but that's a whole other conversation. But I think the other issue is we have to recognize that currently Teton County is actually a significant contributor to the state's economy and to the school foundation program through both sales tax and property tax. And it's a delicate balance here in Teton County, and we need to be considering what it is that keeps driving these land prices up, that keeps raising property taxes, and which keeps contributing more money to the school foundation program. So just the notion that putting a casino in Teton County is by definition a good thing because it might generate some revenue, I do not agree with that notion necessarily. We need to be keeping things in context, and I think we need to remember what the House Bill 162 states in terms of doing things that are in accordance with our current master plan and zoning regulations. So this conversation makes me a little bit uneasy. On the other hand, I think there are a lot of opportunities where we can do things that are beneficial to both Teton County and the state and K-12 education. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of take off on that, I do agree with my good friend from Teton County that there are a lot of opportunities out there, and I hear the good senator from Baggs when he talks about wanting to do something sooner rather than later, and I don't disagree. That having been said, I think that these opportunities, the opportunity with the federal piece, I think is actually ripe. I do want to kind of caution though, from the time of the last federal land purchase and this one, one of the things that we learned, and I don't know, maybe different in Baggs, but in Teton County, we had a bit of what we call donor fatigue, raising, hundreds of millions of dollars to try to get that parcel taken care of. It takes some time, and then it takes some folks some time to to trying to get back around to doing another fundraising project, which is this will take to help facilitate that purchase. So I don't think it's that onerous of a wait. And I think the federal government is teed up to do it. Second, with regard to some of these other parcels, and once again, Representative Schwartz talked about special legislation to give some time and authorize a purchase without maybe going around the bid process with those for the federal pieces, or that there might be some opportunities with some, I call them remnant pieces that are single parcels of land that are surrounded, landlocked by other, by a single landowner who may want to have a grazing lease on it now or not. It may be advantageous in that legislation to offer that same extension and sell at a fair market price to individual buyers. There's a couple of proposals on the table to do that. And that may be something that could generate a significant amount of money. Now, understanding that, that those have particular value to particular landowners that is maybe more, that have more value than others. But I think a significant amount of money could be raised by pursuing those particular ones. And then on the last piece, what Jason was talking about that southeast corner, those do have multiple leases on them. As stated, the grazing lease that's on it is some of the highest generating piece. But Speaker Harshman's right. I think there's some money that can be made there, and I think with a process that's fair and open, that I think that you might find that some of the current folks that are out there would be willing to bid on that and might raise the opportunity to generate some more money on those parcels. There are also some unique opportunities around that parcel with other current landowners that are adjacent. The last thing I would say is I really think that we should take a good hard look at the conservation proposals. Those can generate money, not end up selling the land, but generating a fair amount of money. So all those things working in concert. And I think it was a good report by the OSLI today that really kind of hits on some of those things. And I think does something that can maximize those potentials and not just go for, a quick buck in things that really, you have to look at the cost at the end of the day. These lands will generate a significant amount of money, and the stewardship of the people that own properties around those lands are the reason why. And so I don't think we should be too quick to throw that out the window as far as the value of those properties goes, just as every other piece of state land that we have. And that's the last point. As we go through this, remember, I want to really hit on this one because there's a lot of state land out there and a lot of people use it for a lot of different purposes. And I know everyone in Teton County knows that this group and the State Land Board is going to be watching very closely to make sure that this is a process that if it went to any other of the 22 counties in the state, or any of the other 22 counties in the state, that it would stand up for the same scrutiny and be the same fair process. And I know that's what we all want. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Western, did you have anything further? You've shared your time earlier, and then I'll get to you, Senator Kinski.
My question is to Mr. Crowder. Mr. Chairman, thank you. You said that the 36th section next to Teton Village is the most lucrative lease in the state. Just out of the sake of curiosity, how much does that generate for the state of Wyoming on an annual basis? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western.
Go ahead.
Let me do that relatively quickly. Say relatively quickly.
I believe that's in the report, Mr. Chairman. We're trying to find that.
I got it. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that whole parcel, it's on page 47 of the report. It generates $972.52 annually. Of that, the grazing and agricultural lease returns $16,452. And the rest is made up through easements, outfitting permits, or those temporary use permits on the very southeast corner.
Following up on that, Deputy Director, those temporary use permits, are those currently on like a 2 or 5 year lease and then rebid, or are they on the 10-year schedule?
And Mr. Chairman, no, they are on a 5-year schedule. In fact, about years ago, we did incrementally increase those rates to what we believed was market. About 6 or 7 years ago, they were very undercharged. And so we've gotten them up to market as we determine the market rate to be. The next step would to be expose those to a competitive commercial market rather than just our appraisals.
Very good. Thank you. Representative Western, did you have any follow-up on that? I interrupted.
I did not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Representative Walter. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear. Go for it.
Okay, thank you. My question is for Ms. Scoggins and Mr. Crowder in terms of their understanding of the legislation vis-a-vis the Teton County Master Plan. I've read the legislation. Mr. Crowder, you read the first part of it in section 1, which talks about a series of things that your office is to consider, one of the primary goal of which is to maximize the value of the parcels. Then parenthetically at the end, it says consult with the local government officials. It doesn't say you are constrained to do what they want to do. I'm curious what the Teton County Master Plan says about ideas such as Speaker Harshman's of a 99-year lease that would allow some housing to go in on the 2 parcels closest to town. We've got tremendous impacts in that community from people having to commute in and out, the working stiffs that are having to really run the place. Why not build some housing for them, and wouldn't that maximize the value? But where does that fit in on the Teton County Master Plan? What kinds of things, is there a conflict between maximizing the value of these parcels and the Teton County Master Plan? That's one. And two, to the extent that there's a conflict, is it your understanding that you are constrained in what you can do with these parcels by the master plan, or is your preeminent mission to maximize the value for our school children? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator.
Director, Deputy Director, go for it.
That's a very great point. The legislation did say that we had to coordinate with the local government. And we did reach out to Teton County. We did have a conversation about their comprehensive resource management plan. I will say it's the most comprehensive that I've seen across the whole state, over 300 pages. And that there likely would be conflicts with that plan when we would try to implement one of these proposals that would maximize revenue. And the conversation that we had with Teton County was several hours long, and it all revolved around, we need to understand where the most important aspects of that comprehensive plan are, and where the stops or the places where we just couldn't make any progress on the proposals would be. We want to do this in a very sustainable manner. And if there's not a way to put a housing development in your example on a parcel, and Teton County just isn't developed in that way to have a housing development on that parcel, then it's likely not sustainable, and it may cause ripples that would cause other parcels to be less lucrative. All of those are unknowns at the moment. And where we left it with Teton County was a request of them to look at every single parcel very specifically, every proposal very specifically, and marry it up to their comprehensive plan rather than us trying to interpret what it means. And so they are doing that. They would do that if we gave them more time to comment. The legislation simply didn't give them enough time to really dig in and understand where those conflicts would be. But I believe both sides, us and them, recognize that there are conflicts to maximizing revenue and staying in line with their comprehensive plan. Now, all that being said, we don't believe that state trust land are subject to those comprehensive plans. We believe we can do really whatever the board would like to do on those parcels as they see fit to maximize that revenue. However, we do feel if you don't consider the comprehensive plan, if you don't have an understanding of the direction Teton County would like development to go, there is a sustainability problem. And we want to make sure that we're not just chasing a quick buck and that we are doing this for the long term.
Representative Schwartz and then Senator Hicks. So Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So partly to address Senator Kinski's comment, I was a planning commissioner when we did the 1994 Teton County Comprehensive Plan. I was a county commissioner when we did the 2012 Comprehensive Plan. And anytime you would like to give me a call, I can go for hours explaining to you how that plan works and why it's a really valuable plan for Teton County. And you all don't understand Teton County. I'm sorry. And that plan actually is very beneficial, back to what I said about maintaining that revenue stream that goes to the state. And I understand that, you know, if the state determines that, I mean, it's the one on the Village Road on 390, that if you lease it, you're not constrained legally by the comprehensive plan. But I would suggest that to do things totally out of step with that comprehensive plan would create a lot of problems that we really don't want to deal with going down the road. When you talk about what Senator Hicks alluded to about lost opportunities, something like that will create a huge lost opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to try to thread a needle here. I think most of you know I spent 30 years of my professional career working in conservation. In fact, I would remind the folks here, we just went through a pretty arduous process of putting a value on sage-grouse conservation last year, and all the sage-grouse mitigation credits and the banking credits. I would suggest something that we probably want to take a really hard look at, and it gets back to something Representative Harshman says. If you sell it, you forego that future opportunity cost too. So getting back to the conservation values, what Teton County puts a high value on there, there's a way to derive a value to that. We do that when we sell perpetual conservation easements. And what I would suggest is not doing that on our state parcels that have those high values, but put an annual mitigation or conservation value on that. How do you pay for that? Well, I'm very familiar within Colorado, Steamboat Springs, very similar type setting as Teton County, has experienced a situation where they allow those local counties to go ahead and pass a 1 mil property tax to pay for conservation. And what they've used that around there is by what they call open space, those conservation values. So consistent with what I think Teton County is maybe what we should look at is giving them the opportunity through a conservation 1 mil tax to be able to use that to lease those conservation values on both state and private lands should they so choose to do so. But effectively what it would do is allow us an immediate or very quick turnaround to allow to drive that conservation value on those, maintain those values, but for the state to generate a significant level of revenue. So I just trying to sit here and think through this whole process is it's consistent with the values, it's consistent with the fiduciary responsibility. It's just a matter of us as a legislature now, if we want to give them the tools, and then if they really choose to put those tools to use in Teton County. But as I sit here with my conservation hat and look at those tools, that would be a scenario that I think that we may want to explore to solve this issue of income and local values on state lands. But just something that I think Director Scoggins, I don't know if that'd be something you would lead up with some of the individual members. I don't know if this would be the appropriate committee, Mr. Chairman, to take that up, but certainly it is a potential solution to the problem we face. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, we would certainly be willing to explore that. That sounds like a potential good option for some of the parcels in Teton County and throughout the state. So certainly would appreciate and be happy to explore that.
Very good. A question for Representative Schwartz. Senator Kinsky mentioned the idea of using some of the acreage to build employee housing on. How would the community receive a project like that? Say it was leased to a commercial developer, but the purpose would be for local employee housing and various parameters, just kind of a general opinion, knowing that it's not set in stone from you, just sort of a thought as a resident over there.
Thank you, I think, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure. I would say a lot of it depends on location. We're going through actually a conversation right now about putting in a significant number of workforce housing units adjacent to the town of Jackson. The comp plan is pretty clear about locations that are considered suitable, and they're largely based on infrastructure, access to water, sewer, and more particularly transportation. Because in the summertime, transportation becomes a huge problem. It's a health and safety issue because if somebody has a major health issue, say at Teton Village at 4:30 in the afternoon on a weekday, it's really problematic about how that person gets to the hospital without a helicopter. So the comp plan addresses issues like that. So it's, as with all development in Teton County, it is more complex than it would appear on the surface. And I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. As I said, it was just your thoughts and opinions. Certainly appreciate that. Are there further questions? Speaker Harshman, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members. Appreciate the good discussion. I think we all kind of know where we're at on this. I mean, we're down $500 million a year in coal revenue to our state. Campbell County's paid for the state for 40 years. It's not coming back, and not like it was, not in our lifetimes. And so I hear this about, but I think we got to come around somehow. I mean, this housing proposal we talked about, I think it just, I keep reading about them rejected in Teton County. And so at some point we got to say, okay, this is a tremendous asset. And it was given to us in the act of admission for the school kids of Wyoming. We can accomplish, conservation, but we can also generate some serious revenue for the future of Wyoming. And really, to read this proposal and look at the dollars coming in on these, I'm going to pick my words carefully, but I think we can do much better. And we need to do better. So appreciate the work, but I think there's got to be a next step. And I guess I just open that up for folks to think about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Chairman Perkins, welcome.
Hey, I think I'm glad to be here. Still pretty ill in my basement here, but anyway, just kind of along those subjects that we just recently had found, and I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but it was kind of brought to the idea with Senator Hicks's comments, and that is, as we, recently there was on state lands, there was a wind generation lease that was rejected by the State Board of Land, the State Board of Land Managers, excuse me, and I'm just wondering, is this part of the same parcel and idea about this? And when I read that the reason for the rejection was the concern about surrounding individuals of the viewshed, well, that's important. I'm not sure that viewshed is one of the fiduciary obligations of the state lands, provide viewshed for those who aren't paying for it. And so maybe this is not the right place to talk to about it, but I think this is not an item that's relegated, or that we have an issue that arises with state trust lands only in Teton County either.
Director or Deputy Director, do you have any response to that? And then I'll get to you, Representative Nicholas.
Mr. Chairman and Chairman Perkins, we're fortunate in that incident to be provided with a revenue generation opportunity for the trust beneficiaries related to wind development. And while we believe that we had vetted it appropriately, apparently the board, not all the board members agreed with our recommendation in that regard. And yes, we do share some concerns when these opportunities are provided. We certainly would like the board to pursue them, but unfortunately that's beyond our control and we have to respect the decision of the board. So we were disappointed, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Representative Nicholas?
Well, I don't know anything about the windmill, although I did listen to part of it, the issues. So I'm curious in particular with regards to a land swap, say with the Kelly parcel and the airport. We talked about that over the years in the past. And perhaps to me, that is one of the most logical and kind of mutually reciprocal benefits. So Senator Guru, I'd like to get your comments on that, and if it's worthwhile getting a subcommittee rather or a step 2 of this, of identifying that in particular, and going through the processes of at least doing a workup and an evaluation, meeting with respective parties, and that type of thing. So comments on that, and then any comments from the committee.
Go ahead, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Chairman for the question. Personally, I think that has merit. I think that it's right now with the passage of the Great Outdoors Act, I think that there really are a lot of opportunities with the Kelly parcel that could be brought to fruition in a shorter amount of time. I think that a trade for the airport property is something that I know there's people that have a great deal of concern about with regards to further development at the airport. But inside of that constraint, actually, I think that there's a lot that could be done and could turn into a significant generator of income for the state going down the road. The airport is, as you all know, over 75% of the employments in Wyoming occur at that airport. I can tell you as a personal anecdote what I pay in rent there, and if the state got a cut of that, I think you'd do well. So I think it's something that really should be looked at, and I think it could be a possibility that we should explore.
So I think to move this conversation forward, I think Representative or Speaker Harshman had a good idea, a step 2 or a next step. And so I think a subcommittee would maybe be a good idea to work with the Office of State Lands on identifying just a few of these parcels that maybe have greater opportunity than some of the others, to try and move forward with various proposals and ideas on those. There's many parcels that probably the existing use is the best use and matches the comprehensive plan the best at this time, but I think there are a few that we could really start to get proactive on and try and do some more with. And so if it's okay with Senator or Chairman Perkins, I think I would see if Senator Hicks, Senator Kinski, and Senator Guru from the Senate side, and Representative Nicholas, Representative Harshman, and myself on the House side could work with the Office of State Lands and do, like I was saying, sort of a next step of identify those few parcels. That way it takes some of the load off the Office of State Lands of identifying something on every parcel. It becomes more of a specific look at things as opposed to a broad brush look, and allow us to drive this bus a little bit more. And to Senator Hicks's point, to not be in this same discussion 10 years from now, but to be proactive, move forward on a few of these, and maybe we can take action. Maybe we've hit roadblocks, but at least we could start down that step 2 of this process. So if that's okay, Chairman Perkins, maybe that's what we would do. Chairman Perkins?
I think that's a good idea, Mr. Chairman. That's fine with me if those individuals are willing to pitch in.
Hopefully, folks, you're willing to do something like that, and we'll move forward with that. My final question for Deputy Director Crowder is, we started this process looking at the entire state, and then through the legislative process last year, we narrowed it down to just Teton County. And I guess I'd leave you with the thought of looking at those high-value individual parcels statewide. You talk about this corner on 390 here in Teton County that has multiple uses. And you don't need to answer right now, but I think looking at it and thinking forward, are there those corners, those 25-acre parcels that are just extremely prime throughout the state that are currently being underutilized? And so as you travel, as you look at your various maps, I think that's something that should be considered, as if we can try and drive a little bit more value out of small acreage parcels throughout the state. It would certainly benefit the state. And so that would be my final thought on the whole subject matter. Anything else before we move on?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great point, and I'll just give you some confidence that we do that. Currently, there's a parcel on Casper Mountain that is being underutilized, and a plan is being developed to make sure that it maximizes the revenue off of that parcel as we move forward. So we do know where those things exist, and we are moving forward with them. And we also have a very robust real estate program where we try to generate those opportunities. The example that I used in past committee meetings was a land exchange here in Laramie County, where we would exchange a parcel that had existing a farmstead encroachment on it that wasn't returning any money to the beneficiaries, in exchange for another 40-acre parcel that lay right adjacent to a service road that could be developed for housing or some commercial development in the future. So we try to generate those opportunities at the same time. But very great point, and that is something that we work on daily.
Thank you. Anything further before we move on to the next subject committee? Well, Director Scoggin and Deputy Director Crowder, thank you very much for this report. Certainly well done. Great information in there, and look forward to working with you in the future as we do identify some of these parcels and try and take a more deep dive look at what those potentials can be on those particular parcels. So thank you for being here today, and have a great day. Chairman Perkins, do you want to take over, or do you want me to continue? You are muted still.
Why don't you keep on going? I have a lot of chest congestion, a lot of coughing.
Okay.
Why don't you keep going?
Okay. With that, committee, we'll move on to our next topic, which is the operational audit report from the State Treasurer's Office. I do believe we have Miss Williams joining us, as well as Stacy Cuxhausen. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Treasurer Meyer, would you like to start?
Oh, I think we'll just turn it over to those guys for the reports so we can stay on time and target, guys.
Excuse me, I'm going to back up one moment. Was there any public comment on our first topic of the day? I forget to do that in these Zoom meetings, and so I apologize to the public for that. But any public comment on the discussion about the Teton County parcels? Polly or Karen?
Vice Chairman Walters, there was no one registered for public comment for any portion of the meeting today.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Again, public, sorry about that. Getting used to these Zoom platforms, it's sometimes forget some of the processes, so I do apologize. Okay, so with that, we'll move on. And again, Treasurer Meyer, anything you'd like to say before turning it over to Deputy Director Williams or anyone else?
No, I think we'll just move on, just to say that CLA, Clifton Larson and Allen is moving forward with our operational audit, and they're interviewing a lot of folks, and I think we'll get a good report from Don and Stacy.
And we're going to try to make most of our reports short and sweet, leave a little bit of room for discussion, and keep you guys on time.
Very good. I think Deputy Williams, are you the one up and ready to present?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Representative Walters. Good morning. And good morning to you, committee. My name is Dawn Williams, and I'm the Deputy State Treasurer. I'm looking for Stacy's name on the Zoom here. I don't see her having joined quite yet, so I will keep talking until we see her. Stacy Cuxhausen is a representative of Clifton Larson Allen, and she is going to speak to you today as requested by the committee about what the scope of the operational assessment is intended to be. As a reminder, last September when I spoke with you, we were in the process of getting the contract put together, and that is done now. We completed that in October. And as the treasurer said, CLA has begun conducting interviews with our staff, quite a lot of extensive interviewing and researching, which is to be expected. The intention of the team, as we understand it, is to do those interviews. They've conducted some interviews with State Auditor's Office. Some of our other partners will have some members of the IFC that they intend to speak with. Of course, the treasurer and I have had our interviews, and then our staff has had extensive interviewing, and that is ongoing. It's my understanding that things are progressing on schedule and on time. We're still looking for a report to be issued sometime in January. We are up against holidays and furlough days and vacations and the audit and all of the other things that go along with what we're doing in the treasurer's office. I apologize. I know that Stacy from CLA had been here had planned to be here to visit with you, but I'm more than happy to entertain any questions if you have any for me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, committee? Not seeing any questions. Ms. Williams, do you want to take about a 30-second pause and try and contact her so that she isn't wandering around and wanting to be here and accidentally not, or are you comfortable proceeding? It's entirely
Sorry,
up
Mr.
to
Chairman,
you.
thank you.
Entirely up to you.
If the committee, it sounds like the committee doesn't have any questions, and I think that we can probably let you get on with your day.
Okay, committee, is that okay with everyone on the committee? Not seeing any complaints, then we will move on to our investment report. There's no public comment registered currently, so I think we'll just move on. We
Mr.
will
Chairman?
have the,
Mr.
yes,
Chairman?
Chairman Perkins.
Yeah, are they going to take us through the Alpha 3 report? Isn't that what's next?
I believe that's what's coming next. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure we get through that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So no public comment. The treasurer's office will be with us all day. If something does come up, we can always jump back to a previously discussed topic. So with that, the investment report, internal investment management update, we'll start there. Treasurer Meyer, do you want to introduce some folks, or would you like to proceed, Mr. Treasurer?
We've got our agenda there, Mr. Chairman. I think to save a little bit of time, go ahead and just work off of that, and Patrick and Josh are available to move through the investment report and the internal investment management update. So I think they're teed up, Mr. Chairman, so let it roll.
Very good. Mr. Fleming, proceed. You're on deck. Or you're up, rather, not on deck. You're up. So please proceed, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name's Patrick Fleming. I'm the CIO for the state. And I think initially Josh is Josh on. He was going to give an overview of the performance, and I was going to follow up with some comments of what's happened with the market since our last meeting.
Okay, Josh, you're up. Take it away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Great to see you all. Thank you, Patrick and Treasurer Meyer. Also wanted to acknowledge our CEOs with us as well, Becky Gratzinger. I know many of you know Becky as well. We're both here for this performance presentation, as well as to help answer any questions we can. I believe you should have our September 30th report, but I'd like to stop and confirm that before I start referencing specific page numbers.
Welcome, Becky. We do have the report. Polly, would it be possible, or Karen, possible to do a share screen as Josh walks through this report so that we can see what he's looking at, or give him the control to share the screen, whatever's easiest there?
Mr. Vice Chairman, this is Karen. He is more than welcome to share his screen if he would like. I can pop it up the screen if he does not have it readily available, though. I just need to know the way we want to go.
Okay, Josh, what's your preference?
I can share my screen. If that's
Okay, that'd be good. And then we know right what you're talking about.
Yeah,
we do
go.
have it in front of us as well, but that way
Okay.
we're all on the same page together, so to speak.
Great. So hopefully you're now looking at this colorful quilt chart that I'm sharing.
Got it. Looks good.
Great. Okay. So here's a chart that shows you on the left-hand side, looking at calendar year performance for the last 10 years. And then you can see right here the calendar year to date as of September 2020. And we've color coded each of the different asset categories that are in your portfolios and simply rank ordered them from best to worst for each year. So this is just kind of a simple way to see historical trends, as well as kind of how the different asset categories stack up on a year-to-date basis through September 30th. I always look at this cash line here, and you can usually tell how good a year is by where is the cash line. If the cash line's down at the bottom like it was in 2019, that's a pretty good year. If cash is up near the top like it was in 2018, generally that's not a great year. This is where we are this year. So you've got more asset classes that are still at a loss than are at a gain this year. But this looks a heck of a lot better than it did 6 months ago or so, as we were looking at the drawdown in the early part of this year. You can see the types of assets that are doing well in this environment. Fixed income is up near the top. The interest rates have collapsed, so interest rate sensitive assets like bonds have done particularly well, especially the safest categories of bonds. Large cap US stocks have done exceptionally well relative to other global equities. This is largely driven by a very narrow group of companies, the 5 largest companies in the index. I'm sure you have an idea which companies I'm talking about, but they are now representing something like a quarter of the entire value of this index. Some of these companies have really benefited from some of the trends that have come about in this pandemic. Hedge funds have generally held up reasonably well. And then we've got preferred stocks here as well. Pretty much everything else, though, still at a negative. The worst performing be in your portfolio being the MLPs, master limited partnerships. These have been challenged, obviously, by the dynamics in the energy industry. And then most of the other equity categories, whether it's small companies or non-US companies, you were still looking at some losses this year. Some of these numbers have improved as you look through October and into the first half of November. I would expect you would see some general improvement, as well as a changing of some of the trends. You started to see better performance recently from smaller companies and non-US companies, for example. Here we show you on page 3 the portfolio values, and we continue to evolve the report to try to make it as easy to follow as possible. And one of the things we've added that's probably new to everybody is a little bit of color coding to try to differentiate a little bit more clearly between the different funds. So in green, we've got the group of permanent funds that in the investment policy follow the what we call the long-term total return focus. So these are more equity-oriented permanent funds. You've got in blue the what we call the income-oriented permanent funds, the bulk of which is the Common School Permanent Land Fund. In yellow, we've got the Workers' Comp Fund. We've got Pool A in red here, the LISRA in pink, and the state agency pool in orange. From a total fund perspective, you can see the returns here. The fiscal year to date, that's simply the most recent quarter, which is the first quarter of the new fiscal year, up 1.7 at the total fund level. Relative to the total fund benchmark, a little bit of outperformance. You are seeing some pretty healthy outperformance on a calendar year-to-date basis as well, about 40 basis points net of all fees ahead of the benchmarks. And then on the table below here, you see on a fiscal year-to-date basis, each of the asset classes and your performance in that asset class is the dark green bar, and the benchmark performance, the policy benchmark performance, is the light green bar. So you can see on a fiscal year-to-date basis, in aggregate, you're ahead by a little bit, and this gives you some of the detail. Now, fixed income, core fixed income is one of your larger allocations, and you've done quite well in your bond portfolios, up over 100 basis points versus 62 for the benchmark. So that's probably the largest positive attribution on the fiscal year-to-date basis.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Representative Western, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, could you just go back to that last slide real quick? Out of curiosity, kind of that, the MLP custom index, is that mainly due to the collapse of oil and gas? And because I know lots of them are structures in LPs. Is that the reason for that underperformance?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, you're actually outperforming the index in MLPs, so your performance is down less. Now, clearly, it's the worst performing asset category this year, and that is driven by the dynamics in the oil and gas industry primarily. These are basically ownership of midstream infrastructure assets.
Right.
And the interesting thing is the income has been there. You continue to get the cash flow from these investments, but because it's tied to the energy industry, and you've seen sort of this panic selling that's going on, the prices have fallen, but that leads this to be, when those prices fall and you continue to get the same income, you're getting yields from this category that are now in the high teens, for example. So going forward and over the long term, we think it'll likely be one of your higher performing asset categories, but it is seeing some near-term weakness.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And then lastly, I just wanted to walk you through at a high level some of the performance metrics here for each of the individual funds. So we've tried to carry over that same color coding. For example, here, the green shading for the long-term total return focused permanent funds. The largest is the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, off to a good start in the current fiscal year, which brings you back into positive territory on a calendar year-to-date basis, well ahead of the total fund index here. We show a few other markers just as sort of more of a broad-based sort of point of comparison. The first of which is looking at other endowments and foundations. This is not an apples to apples comparison because endowments and foundations generally are have more flexibility than what you have. And you can see that the median large endowment foundation with over $1 billion, you can see what those returns are here. And then here, just a simple 60-40 global stocks, US bonds is sort of just a simple market proxy. Simple has been better. So if you just owned stocks, and especially US stocks and US fixed income, they've done very well in this environment. We certainly wouldn't extrapolate that based on where the prices of those markets have gotten to. But that's actually done quite well, up 4.1 calendar year to date. We do have here 10, 15 years, so you can get a little longer term perspective as well. 15 years here, the gap narrows a bit, 5.4 versus kind of 6 for that global 60-40. We don't quite have 20 years of performance data for you. I think we're at about 19 and a half years. But if we were to extrapolate this out over the full 19 and a half years, you'd actually be ahead of that 60-40 a little bit, largely because you had less equity in the sort of early 2000s market downturn. The income-oriented funds have had similar performance, but a little bit different than the total return-focused investments, largely because they have a different asset structure that's more focused on income-oriented assets. Calendar year to date, that's been a little bit better, given what's happened with yields and income-oriented asset classes. The best performing fund has been the Workers' Comp Fund because it's got roughly 60% of its assets in liability hedging fixed income, so longer duration fixed income, which has done exceptionally well in this environment. And then as we move on to the next page, we've got the 4 different lines here for LISRA, the total fund at the top, and then each of these is just a subcomponent of the total. It's roughly a third in a long-term reserve, roughly a third in the intermediate reserve, and roughly a third in a short-term reserve. And you can see the performance of each of those segments there. Pool A doing actually quite well relative to its benchmark here. And the state agency pool, which is largely just a laddered short-term treasury portfolio now, you can see those returns here. The rest of the report goes into additional detail on how each of the funds is currently allocated relative to its policy, as well as further on in the report, some of the manager-specific performance, which I know CIO Patrick Fleming is going to speak to. So in terms of our report, I will stop there and happy to take any questions that the committee has.
Questions, committee? I'm scrolling through. There we go. Want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Any questions there? Okay, not seeing any. You must be answering all the questions as we go. You're doing excellent, Josh. Becky, now you see why you pay him so well. He does an excellent job.
That's right.
Okay, seeing no questions. Where are we headed from here, Josh or Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to give a little follow-up to the committee from the last meeting that we had, just as far as valuations and some of the things that have impacted the market in the near term. One, just looking at fixed income markets, bonds remain on the very expensive side. We're in the 98th percentile right now over the past 50 years. To put it in perspective, as Josh mentioned, one of the largest holdings that we have, which would be the core fixed income portfolio, those are yielding right now about 1.3%. So that kind of puts it in perspective what kind of return we're anticipating on a forward basis, because those returns that were so nice in the past, that was because of the capital appreciation and movement that we saw coming into the lower area. But as I mentioned to you in the last meeting, this is quite a concern for us, because assuming that you're not going to go negative, there's very little upside in the fixed income markets. but we have a significant amount of downside if the economy gathers steam or inflation comes back. Equities, same story. They've even become more expensive than the last meeting. The trailing 12-month PE is at 28 times. That's the second highest over the last 50 years. Equities in many other broad categories, when you look at market cap to GDP or what have you, are in the 90th to 100th percentile as far as expensiveness. So that this is another issue that we have, is that equities are still problematic from a valuation standpoint and what's implied by future earnings. The earnings forecasts have come down slightly, but still are significantly above historical standard, almost 2 times the historical standards of what earnings have been. And this is one of big conundrums for us, that with COVID still prevalent and increasing and so forth, we don't understand why the markets are forecasting such a rosy scenario over the next 2 to 3 years. One of the positive sides, not to talk about from a Republican or Democratic side, but just from a market perspective, is with the Biden victory and what the electoral pundits are talking about as far as Georgia, where you would have a Republican controlled Senate. That split would cause some of the Democratic agenda of what they had forecast as far as spending in phase 4, COVID relief, Green New Deal, infrastructure, what have you. With that, it's going to be very difficult to get many of those programs through, and also a tax increase. So as far as in the amount of bonds or the issuance of debt that would be coming into the market will be reduced significantly, what some people had focused on in the past. The other 2 areas that have come through is with COVID, that we've had 2 very promising phase 3 trial results from Pfizer and today Moderna. These are both the RNA vaccines that came in. Pfizer was at 90 and Moderna's release this morning is at 94.5% efficacy. So what the market is doing now is, even though that you're seeing a spike in these cases, which you would think last time we saw the markets collapse, they're really looking through the short-term, hopefully short-term period before the vaccines will become prevalent and help reduce that. That's one of the reasons why we've seen some of these valuations come up. Just a quick comment to Representative Western's comment on the MLPs, and yes, that is one of the areas. These are kind of some of the things that are very expensive. MLPs, just on the opposite side, are very inexpensive on a historical basis. In fact, the energy sector as a whole is still down around 41% over the last year. And with these vaccines, you've seen a little bit of a pop in this area. And in fact, the MLP Alarian Index, one of the indices that we follow, is already up 22%, 21% just from the last reporting. So as Josh mentioned how bad it was at that time, he said it could be one of the better performing sectors. Yes, just in a very short term, obviously, between September 30 and now, but we're already up 21% on that, and that's outpacing the energy sector that's up about 17%. So not to be negative on all things, there are some things that look positive and have some cheapness in them, but overall, this is a very expensive market across the board. And we're just trying to find other ways to look at value and go into other areas that are not quite as expensive. The last part that I wanted to talk about is in your publication or presentation, you can see where we are on the first quarter internally. As you know, the SLIB board sets asset allocation, and what we try to do is, with our managers and with our internal funds, we try to produce alpha. Alpha is the return above the stated benchmark. And as you can see from the various funds, I don't want to go into each fund and bore you to death, but the bottom line is this is something that we spend a significant amount of time looking at. Every basis point increased in basis points we have to the fund is $2.2 million. So this is something that we really focus on. And if you could see what the performance of the various funds, in the first quarter, we added around 42 million in alpha between our internal trading and what the managers have done. So, knock on wood, so far so good as far as some of the internal trading and what we're trying to do. And we have other strategies that we're starting to implement. On the equity side, we have that up and running. Hopefully within the next month, we will be implementing our equity internal trading as well. So, these are the things that we're focused on and continue to focus on and trying to produce the highest risk adjusted return for the state. With that, I'll have to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Committee questions for Patrick? Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick, thank you, and Josh. And it's probably a question maybe I should have asked. I just wrote a note talking about about Pool A and how that's going. And I guess I heard Josh, you mentioned, I think, a third of the LSRA in Pool A. Is that how I heard that? Or
no, Mr. Speaker, it's the split, the third of the asset allocation that would be in the LSRA is, I believe, what Josh was mentioning.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And then how about our reserve accounts? We've raised them up that 150%. I think we now allow that investment. I don't know, we've got 300 million, I think, in the permanent reserve, and I don't know, over 250 in the common school reserve account. Those, the permanent's going to keep growing, we think, if we can up to 500 million, I think, is currently that 150%. But how is that? I mean, that's part of the criticism if we have, and I don't want to get off too far on this, but just how is that invested is really my.
So, Mr. Chairman, the reserves are in the state agency pool. Mr. Speaker, I apologize, is in the state agency pool, which the reason being is it's like a bank account. So it is not earning much of a return at all, especially in today's interest rate environment. So the reason being is that because we only have, as you said, it is 300 and some million, but if you look at it, and this is something that we've spent a significant amount of time and continue to spend time looking at, that not having the liquidity to allow us to go out into more illiquid and other types of investments hinders our total rate of return. And the reason being is, and Josh and Becky can comment on this, but most of these other funds have more of like a 5-year spend. I was trying to ask Josh, it's like, well, if we had 3 years, would that be enough? And he was like, well, not really. Most people would look at 5. Utah has 12 years of the spending policy in their reserve account. But what happens is when you have these periods of a severe drawdown, you need that liquidity to be able to fund the state in those mandatory spends. So with a 300, it might sound like a lot, but that's really just over a year, and the common school would have even less over that year spend. So depending on what we have, we do not have enough of a reserve funding to fulfill a 3 to 5 year drawdown, which is typical for the industry. So that would be one area that if we could increase that amount of money, that would then free us up to take the funds out of the SAP to have these other funds invested in other areas that might not have the same liquidity, but we could pick up a significant amount of yield. Because we talked about this before, that you don't have to give up credit quality to get a higher return. The illiquidity premium in many of these private assets are anywhere from 2 to 5%. And so we could stay in the same credit quality, but get a less liquid investment and get a significant higher return than what we're earning right now, especially in what I mentioned in that core fixed income fund that has a 1.3% yield to worst. That it is really problematic in this sense.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so just so I can follow up and summarize, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, this is probably getting ahead of the agenda, but so we did pass and allow these reserve accounts to be invested in Pool A. I believe the legislature did. We voted on that, I think. I think that's with Amendment A and all that. I think, so what I'm hearing from you is that these reserve accounts really could be bigger than 150%.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, the reserve accounts to allow us to have the ability to have a less liquid or look at some alternative assets, they would need to be greater than 150% of the spend. That is correct. And the reason why you're somewhat reluctant to take the reserve account that's only a little over 1.5 time or 1 time the reserve and put it into an investment that could lose 30 or 40%, that's more problematic. So if we had a higher reserve account, then that would free us up to have a more aggressive investment policy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, just last little comment. It's funny, like time on this committee, we fought back. We were at 90%. We fought back the proposal to drop that, and we actually went the other way to 150. So we'll keep working that, I think, and on this committee. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fleming and for Josh, I guess my question is, there's all this talk about obviously really low interest rates, and obviously other Western nations have dipped into the negative territory, obviously Japan being the biggest one among them. Do you guys anticipate that? Or I guess my question is, how would you guys react, both in the State Treasurer's Office and with RVK? How would you react should we eventually go into that into negative yield territory on interest rates for bonds? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Western, I'll start and I'll have Josh follow up. Currently, the Federal Reserve has mentioned that they don't believe that negative interest rate policy is something that they want to explore in the United States. If you look at it, we're at 16 trillion right now in global government bond yields that have a negative interest rate. So if you look at it, and as you mentioned, Japan has been in this predicament for years and years and years, and the negative rates have not helped them. So the jury is out that this is actually is positive. It is definitely negative from a consumer basis. From the corporate side, it could be there's a little bit different analysis on that side. But anyway, it has not been positive for these countries that have employed a NIRP. And the Federal Reserve has stated that they are not going to do that. On the flip side, what have we done internally? Well, that is one of the reasons why we haven't gone into 100% cash. So you still have a 30-year treasury that's still at about a 1.7. If that came down to zero, that would still, or negative, that would still be a very large gain that you would have in that long-term rates. For instance, Germany, their 30-year bonds are trading at -13. 10 years are trading at -55. You would see if that happened with the United States, we'd still get a significant move. We're at 90 basis points in 10, so we could still get some positive upside on it. So you don't want to go negative on it until you see some real strong growth. With that said, with what's happening with the Moderna vaccine and everything else, that is one area that we do have a bias on, and we're short the long end of the market in our internal portfolios, just because the asymmetry and the risk-adjusted return. But if we do go negative, that would be a very dire predicament for our return because of our weighting in fixed income markets. Josh, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Western. We would agree that negative interest rates in the U.S. are not the most likely outcome. I think there's a lot of good reasons why you won't see that. But we would also caution that you never really know exactly what's going to happen. And this is sort of always your challenge as an investor, is how do you diversify your portfolio so that it can withstand even the scenarios that you don't think will happen, because there's lots of things that have happened that we didn't think would happen, right? So, and you know, rather than react to it after the fact, we'd rather be proactive and be thinking about, okay, how can we increase the income in the portfolio? How can we find, because the reality is whether they go negative or not, you know, the yields on safe bonds are really unattractive at current levels. Historically, you know, that's been the part of the portfolio that did provide you the most ballast when equity markets were weak. And there's potentially some legitimate questions about whether or not they can continue to do that with rates at such a low level as a starting point. So we do expect that starting with an IFC meeting later this week and into the first quarter, as we work with Treasurer Meyer and the IFC, that we'll be looking at asset allocation with this challenge in mind, and really with an eye towards how can we build high quality, durable income into the portfolio in an environment where the traditional safe assets provide so little. So I would expect we'll be talking about things as Patrick mentioned, things in the private credit sector are probably going to be part of that discussion. Infrastructure investments could be potentially part of that discussion. There's a whole array of other types of real assets we may be talking about. Hard to say at this point where that goes, but your question is really on point and part of I think what we need to be proactively thinking about, and expect to be doing so here over the next 4 or 5 months.
Thank you. Yeah, and sorry, Mr. Chairman, I fully agree that, you know, the Fed has indicated there's very little interest in going down that path, but, you know, and it's always interesting to know how we react to the unlikely. So thank you, appreciate it.
Representative Furphy and then Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at the Alpha report, how often do you make changes to those funds that are below the index? Just curious about that, especially in the equity area. Thank you.
Before you answer that, Karen, could you share that Alpha report so that we can see what he's working off of as he answers that question, please?
Absolutely. Just a moment, I'll have it up.
Thank you. Once that's up, Patrick or Josh, then please answer. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, yes. What we look at is when you're looking at the equity performance and what has you know, the various numbers of the alpha dollars on it. What we typically do is what we're trying to do is not only get managers that produce alpha, but we also don't want managers that produce alpha in the exact same cycle. So what happens is there's certain things, there's quantitative funds, there's fundamental funds or what have you. And what we want to do is at times when one is zigging and the other is zagging, that as long as both of them are moving in that positive alpha attribution side, that is really what we're looking for. So the time that we would look to remove a manager when they have consistently underperformed the market through an investment cycle, or also if they're doing something different from what they have told us that they're doing. So we know certain managers, for instance, when we got this rebound that were very fundamentally driven, would underperform because what we really saw in this market rebound is the real beaten up sectors, you know, the hospitalities and so forth, they've outperformed a significant amount over the value. As Josh alluded to, the tech sector that is making up the vast majority of this return, that if you don't have a higher weight into growth, then you're going to underperform. And so what we're looking at is saying, okay, well, where are these managers and what are they doing in times of stress or what have you? And what we've done with this group, I think we've changed it around significantly right now, and we're very happy with the current structure, what we have on the equity side. There's certain ones that we can't get out of. For instance, in real estate, one that we, has more of a longer term lockup. The UBS fund, they have not performed well, and they have not performed for a while, but we cannot redeem the funds in that short period. So that is something that we have, we're in a queue is what it's called. So as they have money coming in, then they'll pay us out and allow us to get out of those funds. But in general, we're happy with most of our funds. We are consistently talking to the ones that have not been performing. And the other thing that we do on a basis is if they have not been doing what they have hoped to do, we can also reduce that amount of money before they actually are fired, just to see if they can turn it around at a later stage.
Follow up, Representative Furphy, or is you happy there?
Oh, that's good explanation. Thank you.
Very good. Representative Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So going back to to our reserve accounts, I have a couple of questions on that. One of them would be, if our reserve accounts aren't large enough to provide the security that you have discussed, what's a reasonable size of those reserve accounts? And then the follow up on that is, and it seems to me that would vary on the different reserve accounts and what they're backing up, what the reserve accounts are for. For example, sorry, Quentin keeps calling me. So for like the PMTF reserve account, I don't know that if that needs a 3-year or a 5-year window, because it's not really challenged the way the common schools reserve account would be, and how you take that into account. And so are the size of those reserve accounts different, and do you treat them differently? Because I do know that we were under the impression, I think, when we were suggesting that the reserve accounts be invested in a pool A or some other concept, with kind of a layman's understanding that some of those larger accounts were probably not at risk as much as, or quite the need for a backup. But I'm just curious about your comments on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas, I'll take a first stab at that and then invite Patrick or my colleague Becky to chime in as well. I think it's helpful to actually kind of step back a level and think about the role that these reserve accounts are trying to play. So you have in your Constitution some language that states that the permanent fund corpus shall remain inviolate. I'm sure I didn't quote that verbatim, but it's something to that effect. Effectively, this idea that you can't spend corpus. Yet you've got investment in risky assets, so assets that can lose a lot of money in equities, for example. And so the reserve accounts are really sort of a workaround to try to deal with the challenge of your inability to spend corpus at any time, and try to invest in a way that meets the long-term objective of intergenerational equity. And that requires some investment in risky assets. And the way that your spending policy plumbing, if you will, has been set up to navigate that is you have basically a spending policy that is driven by income. So all income is distributed. And you've got a spending policy that effectively operates as a cap on how much is spent in any one year. It's roughly 5% or so of the trailing average market value. And there's years where you can have realized losses in some of these risky assets. We first experienced this challenge in 2008. And the realized losses can make it look like you actually have negative income. So There was some adjustments made to sort of move the realized losses sort of off to the side and just focus on the income. And that income flows into the reserve accounts. The reserve accounts are there to sort of provide for the years where the income doesn't meet the spending guarantee. And even though we haven't maybe been there in all of these accounts with the yields where they are now, meeting those spending policies with income is getting really hard. It's going to get harder. And, so my suggestion would be to sort of take that step back and understand it's not just a discussion about how large should the reserve accounts be, but what are some options overall for how you might tackle that challenge. And we've done a lot of research into how other funds are tackling that challenge. And in, even just here in the US, this is a pretty common challenge for these state permanent funds. There's only a few that have amended the state constitution to allow that sort of spending of corpus. New Mexico would be a good example of one that's done that. So they sort of have adopted what endowments and foundations long ago figured out, which is if you're trying to solve this three-dimensional puzzle of generating high enough long-term returns, having enough stability for the current year spending, and never being able to dip below the corpus value at any point in time, most endowments and foundations have figured out that third constraint is actually not helpful for solving the first two. So that's call it the New Mexico model, is basically just get rid of the corpus constraint and focus more on a sustainable spending policy that with an appropriate asset allocation. There's other models out there that do rely on reserve accounts, and you only need reserve accounts if you've got this challenge of corpus versus non-corpus. The Utah is an example. Patrick mentioned they have something like 12 years, but they really don't even think about it in terms of a reserve account. They think about it more in terms of they know what the corpus value is at any point in time, and they can never spend below that. And they have a spending policy that determines how much can be spent every year. And they always know what the spendable asset number is, but it's all in one portfolio. And through growth over time, they sort of come to this point where they have 12 years or approximately. I see a hand raised there. Stop my long-winded answer to the question and see if I can answer the question.
Representative Western.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh, real quick, if you just would maybe expand just quick on that New Mexico model, where you said that if they are to have a sustainable spending policy while generating strong returns, that they get rid of the rule where they are unable to spend the corpus. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman. And so you're saying it's that is a more effective model because it gives them the flexibility they need to generate their target returns over time. Is that correct? Or what gives it that dynamic component?
Yeah, correct, Mr. Chairman, Representative Western. And this is, what really all sort of, you look at university endowments and foundations, they've all moved to this model where they've gotten away from this sort of spending income situation. They just have, it's really what allows them to embrace a true total return approach, right? Because ultimately, the thing that helps you the most is to grow the pie, right? If the pie is bigger and if it's allowed to grow through a riskier asset allocation over time, and through that growth over time, it's a bigger pie, and then your spending amount off of that grows with it. When you have this constraint where you always spend all your income makes it, you get into these accounting definitions that create barriers to doing what you would want to do on the asset allocation and investment side of things. Does that help?
Mr. Chairman, it does. Thank you, Josh.
Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, I think Ms. Scott had her hand up, just so.
Mr. Chairman, I can provide for you some baseline information that seemed to be relevant. LSO is projecting for the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund reserve account to become exhausted in fiscal year 23, so approximately a 2-year time horizon, and the Common School Permanent Land Fund reserve account to become exhausted in fiscal year 24, so approximately a 3-year time horizon on that one. And keeping in mind, these are using the Craig projection estimates, or assumptions, which do not assume gains. This is based on interest and dividends only. Also, one other thing that is relevant to the conversation the committee is having is that last year House Bill 161 was passed, which allowed for the reserve accounts to be invested in equities as the corpus. If I understand our CIO, Patrick Fleming's remarks correctly, he was saying that that's not been done, that they're still in the state agency pool, primarily, of course, because they are providing that liquidity function, and that that's where they're most appropriately placed according to the function that they're serving. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Scott. Now with that, Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, and I think, so that's kind of the conundrum we're in. And, you heard Ms. Scott, and that's, most of us on this committee have been on appropriations or are on appropriations. And so you look at these profiles and you go, yeah, but it's only 2.2% profile, it's dividends interest. But kind of where I was going with my question. So we're really, I guess what I'm hearing is, like New Mexico says, you can spend 5%. This is the spending policy, but there is no reserve account. It's just the big pie, and they go to work and try to generate and do that. And if you don't, you're going to spend it out of the corpus. So basically, we would grow our reserve accounts. We had that policy tomorrow by $500 million. We just deposit that $500 million we have in reserve accounts right into the permanent fund and invest it all and go to work on it. Is that basically what? And I'm looking at Patrick, although you can't tell I'm looking at you, but.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, yes, and that's a great point. And just to follow up on both Polly's and Josh's comments, is that when you have Utah or New Mexico or what have you, we have 1.3 as of August, I think was the last number. We have $1.3 billion in unrealized capital gains. So they don't distinguish between interest income, dividends, and realized gains, because we have the unrealized 1.3. And so with that amount of money, if you have that into one pool, there's your, from 1.5 times covered to five times covered in a heartbeat, if you would actually be able to look at that as the ability for the spend. And that is something that I think Josh could comment on, and how other people do it, where it's more of just an accounting situation where they don't distinguish between the two.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to follow through on Patrick's comment about the billion in unrealized gains. Under your current structure, because your spending is sourced from income, you can turn that into a realized gain, but what it requires is that you go out and sell your entire equity portfolio and then buy it back. And that just, you're no better off for having done that. In fact, you're worse off, because you probably paid millions and millions, if not tens of millions of dollars in brokerage fees and bid-ask spread. So the brokers would love it, but Wyoming's no better off. So that's a great example of how this income-based spending policy is a constraint, whereas there are some other models that you can look at that seem to work a little bit better. Now, as long as you have this constitutional constraint that you can't spend corpus, no matter what you do, it's not going to be perfect. But if you look at like Utah and Idaho, we've talked about some in the past as well. They've just got a larger reserve structure. They've got about 7 years in reserve as their max before it tips back to corpus. But having that larger reserve allows them to invest it more aggressively. So both in Utah and Idaho, their reserve funds are invested pari passu or exactly the same as the main fund, the corpus.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Speaker Harshman.
Mr. Chairman, so follow up this. So really, if that presents some challenges, obviously a constitutional amendment. And I can hear all this stuff going on now because we all get those emails. Hey, why don't you just spend it out of the corpus? Well, our reply is, just like when you ask for that for Christmas when you're a kid, can't afford it. Hey, we can't do it. This is the Constitution. We can't do that. And so that's been our thing. So to change that is a big deal. I think we'd have to really, and I get it. I think it's probably the smart thing to do. But if we can't do that, then we need really a way to grow the reserve account. And how do you do that? By you either have to take a pay cut in your standard of living today and lower the spending policy amount so we can get more to tip into the thing, or you dedicate a stream to it. We've done that in the last couple of years. The last 4 years, we took the SFRA, we filled up the Common School Reserve Account, and we also filled up that higher education reserve account, put $5 million in that. Those are tip accounts. I think we stopped the tips in the budget bill, but we would have tipped $70 million back to the corpus of just those two. So maybe, we have this conundrum. We're always about this 1% severance statutory. I'm just thinking now out loud here on the YouTube in front of everybody, but maybe this, instead of trying to put the 1% in the corpus, we put it in the reserve account. And it'll eventually go to the corpus, but we got to find a way to grow. Because the problem is we're giving ourselves a pay cut by lowering from 5 to 4.5 when we need the money the worst. And everybody's telling us, get these funds working harder for Wyoming. And you see our 15-year returns are all 5.5%. And so it's hard for us to say, we got to lower it to 4.5 so we can save more money during a downturn for some projection 30, 40 years from now. It's tough to say that's okay. And so maybe we can take this 1% and grow the reserve account and keep our spending policies higher. I don't know. I'm just throwing some ideas because we are in a little bit of a conundrum with this. Patrick, I'm looking at you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, no, you're spot on. There's other ways to skin the cat. Josh has talked about using a different accounting model and not actually having like Utah where they don't distinguish between realized and unrealized. And so I think there's other ways to go about it, and the treasurer has been working diligently on this, and also with the investment funds committee to try and potentially put together a policy that we'd be able to do without having a constitutional change, to be able to free up some of these reserves to be able to increase the reserve accounts out of that unrealized game fund or portion.
Because, and Mr. Chairman, I'll just stop here, and the other members want to talk, but that 1% statutory severance is huge. I mean, back when I came in the legislature, we just started this model. Speaker Tempest, others, Senator Schipper, and we just started this model, and then really how the 4x10 and the 8x18 all came is because of the 1%. That's what grows the corpus. It's not this little cut to our payments to our nursing homes by 0.5% spending policy, because that's what's going to get cut. I mean, something in the Department of Health, and that doesn't even grow the corpus hardly. It's this extra 1% severance. Because that's, I mean, you take 1.5 constitutional plus a 1%, that's a 40% increase in your deposit. It's huge. And that's what just blew that thing up. When I first came to the legislature, we got $50 million a year out of the permanent mill trust fund. I don't know, we got like 500 or so. I mean, it's just it's incredible. And I think that 1%, somehow we got to solve it and get that back into to grow this whole thing, but without giving ourselves a pay cut on this spending policy business. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Nicholas, and then following that will be Representative Furphy.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate that. And yeah, and the concept, I mean, we're not going to go a whole lot into it today about what we've been doing with the IFC in our letters to them, just because it's still kind of in the process of being developed. Although I'll probably, hopefully we'll touch upon it some. And the idea of realized versus unrealized, that's just a definition that we can work with. To me, in the short term, and I really am fascinated by this idea, but to me, the problem would be in the near term of the next biennium or two, having an understanding of what that impact is, because we've got a bill in JAC which captures that 1% and helps use those funds to address our deficit, so we don't have a deficit spending. I would rather grab it, save it, and have a slight revenue increase or fine revenue increases, whether it's small ones, little ones, tiny ones, or big ones, so we can capture that. But I don't see how we can address this issue now if we don't, because we have to look at both sides of the equation in order to do this. It's a great idea, and we have to do it in conjunction with our Senate partners and have them understand what it will entail and in terms of the impact on our revenues and on our ongoing expenditures. So, but it's just a great idea.
Representative Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in most portfolios, when you have capital gains as large as we're talking about, 1.3 billion, that may be in equities and it's not generating any income. It's nice to have the capital gains, but it's not money that you can use unless you sell the equities and reap the capital gains. So my question is basically, can we convert some of that into earning assets so we get income off of those capital gains and not just have them sit in equities that continue to grow? Does that make sense?
Patrick or Josh?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Furphy, so your asset allocation that's in the investment policy dictates how much is in equities, how much is in bonds, and how much is in real estate, et cetera. And that's derived from the process that we go through every year to look at what is it going to take in terms of this percentage allocation to each of these assets to earn the long-term rate of return that's going to be needed. And so that really is the key driver of how much we have in equities, how much we have in bonds, et cetera. And when equities do well and the prices go up, that does typically cause some rebalancing, which causes you to sell some of those equities, which typically does result in some realized gains. The situation you want to avoid, though, is selling those assets just for the sake of accounting, right? Because when you do that, when you go out and you sell those assets, there's a real cost to doing it. And if your policy says you don't need to do it, but you're doing it just for accounting reasons, then Wyoming's actually poorer as a result, because nothing is economically different in terms of the total economic value of the portfolio. You've just paid a bunch of money in commissions. So under a sort of true endowment total return approach, you would have, let's say you've got a 5% spending policy every year, you would just sell assets. Typically you'd sell whatever's most overweight to your policy targets to meet that 5% spending policy. And you really just don't care about what the accounting treatment of it is, other than you've got this additional constraint that you just need to make sure you don't go below the historical corpus value. So that would be sort of my suggestion for how to think of this is, yes, sell assets to fund your spending policy, but you want to avoid situations where you are only selling assets for accounting reasons at the detriment of the state's total economic value.
Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Chairman Perkins. Sorry, I was muted.
Thank you. Just following up on that, I think that, excuse me, still struggling from COVID from my basement, but the in doing that, I just wanted to make sure when we talk about that, if we move to this total return, that what we're doing is you have a spending policy based upon whether it's the 5-year moving average or whatever that benchmark is. You have a 5%, and then during the course of the year, you would sell that 5%. That could be sold on January the 1st. That could be sold ratably throughout the year, however you would set that up. But ultimately, what that would do is that would lock in for the first time, because our spending policies have really been misnomer. They really don't have much to do with spending, but they would become a true spending policy. And then two, that we could get away from the fact that we've got to liquidate the entire asset allocation device, which is incredibly cumbersome and actually just thrashes the ability of our investment people to be nimble in the right situations. Is that correct, Josh?
Mr. Chairman, you nailed it from my perspective.
Okay.
Further questions? Speaker Harshman and then Representative Nicholas.
And maybe, Mr. Chairman, and maybe it's somebody can answer this. Who's working on this? I mean, is there a subcommittee? Is a group that's working with IFC, Representative Nicholas, somebody? Who's going to bring this idea forward? Is it going to be this committee later today, another subcommittee? So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nicholas, you might be able to answer the speaker's question and then ask your own.
Well, first of all, my first question was that how can someone with COVID in their basement be so succinct and so sharp looking all at the same time? So just coincidentally, as we created the working group and we sent the letter out, which is in your materials, and we had a kind of working group meeting with the IFC. These are the issues that that came up, and so we'll probably talk on this and have Josh maybe refresh us on those discussions, and when we move forward. But it's just fascinating, and it's a committee that we ought to have Chairman Perkins on, so we can make sure we have someone who understands what we're doing and what we're hearing, and we're not just mimicking the words that we hear. But I think it's just an interesting exercise on how to go about modifying our current structure to maximize our return, and that's what we asked the IFC to do. And frankly, we need to I've got some ideas that talk about at the end of the day how we bring the IFC itself and those experts more into this process, and participating in perhaps one or two of them are a representative in our CAP fund meetings and things like that, so that we can walk further down this road.
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer Meyer, sorry, I was trying to get unmuted there.
To kind of answer that question about who was working on this, the Treasurers Conference kind of teed up this issue last summer. And then you guys appointed a subcommittee, which I think is Nicholas Schwartz, Hicks, and Guru. And so that's kind of the subcommittee that's working on this project here, as well as members in the IFC and members in our staff and our consultants. So we're moving forward on it. And we're trying to identify some best practices throughout the country and throughout the world. But one thing, as we keep doing more and more research, I can tell you that best practices are in the eye of the beholder. That looking over, 100 and some pages of the Canadian plans and the best practices that they have in their 4 major endowments, every one of them have their own way of doing things. And I think we'll find Wyoming's own way of doing things. But there's going to be a lot of I think effort into making sure that we move forward on this. And we've kind of couched it in short-term, intermediate, and long-term solutions. And we'll go into those in some overall concepts here. We'll have our IFC meeting next week, and we're going to drill down in and try to polish those up a little bit, and hopefully have some continued interaction with the subcommittee and with members of this committee to move this down the road. I certainly think there's some things that we can do in our investment policy and within our agency, and things that CLA is going to have in our operational audit that's going to help. And I also think that there's going to be things that we can do legislatively, but ultimately it very well may end up being some kind of a constitutional amendment that will actually move the ball across the goal line. I think this is a long-term prospect that we're going to have to do. And of course, if we do a constitutional amendment, you guys know how hard that is. So we're all going to have to be on the same page and have something that's going to work, for Wyoming. And it'll be basically not my plan, not your plan. It'll be a plan, I think, for the people of the state of Wyoming and for our investments. And I look forward to continuing the efforts on it.
Okay, further questions? All right, I think we've covered that topic fairly well. Your investment report and internal investment management, Patrick and Josh, or do you feel like you've covered that as well?
I'm good on my side, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions at this time. I think we'll wrap up those topics. As I said earlier, there is no one that has registered for public comment unless someone has interjected in the last short while. I think we don't have any public comment. Karen?
No, sir, we don't have any public comment at this time.
Okay. With that, we have a break scheduled on our agenda, 15-minute break. So I think it's 10:30 now. Let's return at 10:45. Becky and Josh, thank you very much for joining us today. Certainly appreciate your wisdom and insight. It's always valuable, and we will be leaning on you heavily as we look forward to new ideas to have these accounts generate more for the state of Wyoming.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, and Josh, we may want you to hang around for our IFC update.
Okay. I will stay on. Thank you.
All right. So again, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:45, committee. Thank you.
Representative Walters, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Hey, I just wanted to check with you. Stacy from Clifton Larson Allen did join us just a little bit late. Do you want her to stick around so you can return to her, or should we let her go?
She just emailed me and said she had to go to another call, and so I think we'll just let it go on by.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Williams didn't seem to think there was lots to hear from her, so I think we're probably okay. If she rejoins, we can check in with her, but I don't think she'll rejoin, so I think we'll just continue forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, see you in a few minutes.
Yep.
Okay, it is 10:45 and then some. So with that, we'll get started. Public purpose investments. Treasurer Meyer, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these things used to give us a lot of heartburn because we had a lot of, I guess it's opportunity costs associated with them. But as interest rates go down, I guess if they don't meet your standards, lower them. So it's not as bad as it used to be. The total outstanding balance is about of June 30th, 2020 was 291,596,969. The interest rate we received on that was approximately I think it was 2.3. It was a little at 6,600,000 and change. We have a few that there are some opportunity costs there. Capital infrastructure loans, they're in at 1.375%, and time deposit open accounts, they're at 1.93. And some of the COVID loans and other loans went in there at 0% or 0.25. I tried to get a minimum on some of them, but I was voted down by the rest of the SLIB board on the first part of that. I was hoping we could at least get 25 basis points out of it, but that didn't happen. So we did have a little bit of opportunity costs in there, but like I said, as interest rates get lower and lower and lower, it's not as much as it used to be. On some of the specifics there, on the outstanding loans, the biggest one, of course, is the Wyoming Water Development loan of $44 million to Gillette. My paperwork tells me that we'll actually be able to start charging interest on that in 2022. That's when it should have a benefits accrual date. Some of you guys on Select Water may have more firsthand information on that. It reverts to a regular loan at that time, 5 years at an annual interest rate of 4%. So I think we were all kind of hoping when I was on Select Water that they just write a check for it. But with the coal crisis the way it is, who knows what's going to happen on that one. We have another large project loan. We've had 4 of them there that were approved, but Cody Labs and the alcohol one and YTech, those were all either canceled or withdrawn. The only one that's really left that was here when I came on board is Atlas Carbon up at Gillette, Wyoming. What they do is that they take Powder River coal and turn it into activated charcoal. We've met with them a couple of times up there and met with them a couple of times here in Cheyenne. Essentially what we're doing on that loan is they're on a interest only payment at this point in time. We've tried to work with them as much as we can. Made a few suggestions which they're taking to heart. I think they have a good long-term plan, but their short-term operating plan and business plan was a little bit lacking, and we thought they ought to start selling a little bit more. And we asked them to put some effort in that. They did hire somebody that was a long-term salesman from, I think it was either DuPont or Dow Chemical. And now they're starting to make some sales, and things are starting to turn around. So we feel really good about their short-term as well as their long-term outlook at this point in time. Of course, they said they got hit with the COVID a little bit also. I'm not so sure if that's true or not. Another one that we've got out there that was a remnant that came across in the loan programs that we're administering before this one too, is one on uranium company that's doing in situ mining. You've kind of seen some of that in a few months back in the news. The uranium industry up here is really getting hammered hard with, I think it's Kazakhstan and Russian uranium. And so those guys are on the same lifeline as Atlas Carbon as far as just paying interest payments. And nothing's going to change on that. It's only going to get worse unless we can get some protection from this unfair competition. So hopefully things will change around on that. That's kind of the update on the public purpose and large loans. The one thing that we want to address at some point in time and get a little bit of work on is that we've got a statutory allotment of almost $1 billion, 952 million. But as I said, the outstanding balances was only 291 million. So I'm going to double check some of the statutory authorizations there and see if we can't figure out how to pool that and reduce that statutory allotment down and perhaps free up some investing in a different manner rather than have that potential restriction on that allotment amount. So that's about all I've got on public purpose. If there's any questions, we'd attempt to answer them.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Treasurer Myers, on that 252 billion, I'm assuming with your last comment, you guys you don't invest that into longer term or higher yielding investments because you don't know whether the legislature or somebody's going to come in and apply for those funds through the SLIB board. So you kind of got to keep that in a cash balance. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Senator Hicks, that's what I want to do a little bit more research on. I think that's exactly what we're thinking about. There's 952 million. That's a statutory allotment, and so that's kind of out there in a it has more liquidity than necessarily it would have to have, and that's what I want to look at, do an analysis on that, and if that's the case, then figure out how we can come back in and maybe say, yeah, you still have that allotment, but there's only 500 million that's readily available or something like that. So we can have the same problem that we have with the reserve funds. I think we may have actually with these PPI investments. So and I think that's something that we can fix and maybe free that up a little bit. That goes into segues into another topic that we'll be talking about a little bit later on today, briefly, and that's asset allocations and that constitutional provision that you have to identify equity percentages. So that's going to have to be addressed also. We're about at that 70% cap. We came in. When I came in, we were under 50. Now we're up to in the equity thing, we're only 6% away, and 30% of it has to be in fixed income. We've done, I think, quite a little bit in that fixed income area. Getting off topic a little bit, but wanted to answer your question fully. We're doing quite a little bit in the fixed income, but we still have a substantial amount that really is an anchor around the whole portfolio. So,
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that.
Go ahead, follow up.
Yeah, Treasurer Meyer, would it help if we have our staff go through all those statutory components that allocate those PPIs out and start looking at those? Is that something that we could do on our side of it to get that started, to see where those authorizations lay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think that would help, and we'd certainly welcome that participation in that effort to see if we can't make sure that we get the most flexibility that we can have in those public purpose investments. And just as kind of a side note, some of the things that the Canadian folks are doing, they're actually making money on their public purpose investments. They've got anywhere from 8 to 12% return on their infrastructure investments. And of course, those are in areas of toll roads and public transit and things like that. And they also do some public purpose investments that would segue into the Wyoming WCDA, where they do a lot of public housing. They partnered with Blackstone, one of them, for 15,000 workforce houses in a workforce development project for homes. So there's other things I think that we can do that are public purpose, that we can partner with the WCDA and other people to get a higher return than we necessarily would with fixed income. But that's going to take some work in the asset allocation arena. And of course, as you guys all know, that 80 to 90% of your income is asset allocation. It's not anything else. It's what you buy and how you and what you invest in. So I think that's the short-term stuff that we want to really concentrate on with you this year.
Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Is this something that you as chairman would like to have staff start to put together, that statutory list on those public permanent investments? I'd like to see that list, to see what's all out there statutorily lies, what we've set those caps at, and if we've got some wiggle room. But how would you like to move forward with that, Mr. Chairman?
I think that's a fine approach. See what they are, and then maybe report it to this committee as well as to JAC, as JAC will meet before the session, and maybe have a chance to work on those a little bit more quickly than we would through this committee. So Polly, if you make a note of that, that would be great.
I have taken a note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Representative Nicholas, followed by Senator Guru.
Just to follow up on that. First of all, I don't know, Ian, if you have it, but it seems to me, I'm curious of what this committee typically receives in terms of review, for example, of the Atlas Carbon processes, what SLIB does, and if we require SLIB or the state lands to give us the particulars on each one of these loans, where they're at, the discussions that the treasurer just talked about in terms of interest only, when those were reached, what the terms are, and just so that we have a better understanding and a monitoring of it, if that's been the practice in the past. If not, then is that something this committee wants to do, or is that something that would go over to JAC? But I have lots of questions. Like, you got 13 million that's sitting uncovered in the Law Projects Development Fund that's frozen by our actions. I'm wondering if we ought to just go in and get it. I'd like to know what the communications and are with Gillette Madison, and if they, typically they would probably have a reserve fund where they're building up in order to make repayments on that, or if they're doing it, or if we can anticipate some type of an ask or a need to modify the terms of that at some point in time, or if that was ever discussed in the past, so if there's an expectation. I just have, and consistent with what Senator Hicks says, I'd like a breakdown of the whole 291, what's outstanding and what's the, just more data than we have here, just to understand it better. So I'm kind of. in the same boat.
Mr. Chairman?
Treasurer Meyer, go ahead. You'd like to respond to that?
You should have this breakdown that's included. It's a spreadsheet. It should have everything on there, starting from aeronautics and the interest rate, beginning ag, farm loans, Joint Powers Acts, and capital construction, student dormitories. Just that's a pretty good start right there for the detail.
Yeah, Chairman, I see it and I reviewed it, but what we don't see are the terms, the length, if they're current now, if they've not been current, and just more about the entities themselves. Yeah, it's just to me, it's just a snapshot, and it's a lot of it. There's, that's a lot of money that. So I would basically, even just a report from the state lands on exactly how they monitor it, what they do, what their processes are, so that we to give a comfort zone on ones that are at risk and the ones that may not be.
Very good. Treasurer Meyer, maybe you can work on that a little bit and work with state lands to get us some more information. That would be really good. Senator Guru.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, just taking off on that last paragraph, and Representative Nicholas just talked about it. It just doesn't, it's confusing to me that WBC gets 10 inquiries. Some may not be a good fit. And then it talks about the unencumbered money. Well, does WBC have any money to loan out? Do they, or is it that 13 million? Should we be grabbing it, or should we be putting it to use? Are we missing something there? I just didn't. So in addition to these other questions, I'd kind of like some clarity on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Treasurer Meyer.
Yeah, so I guess what you want is to first find out unencumbered money in the large loan projects fund.
Yes, sir.
Then we can get you the current status of the two projects I talked about that were actually funded before we got there, and that's the Atlas Carbon and the uranium one. There's a little bit of outstanding money in those in their original contracts, but doesn't move the needle too much, I don't believe. But so we can get those things and work with state lands to see whether they want to report or have the report come from us. I know our last loan modifications came from our office on both the uranium and the Atlas Carbon. So the details are there in that. I can say that whenever we have to go outside of our office and do these things for either the business council or state lands or the public purpose investments, they all take time, and that's one of the things that we're going to be discussing, I'm sure, in our operational scenario. One of the things I've been hoping to do and incrementally approaching is to free up some of our CIO's time from reporting and other things that are necessarily not investing. And so we're hoping to look at our structure internally and try to come up with an efficient way that we can give him more time and give our investment more time team to invest rather than work on some of these outside reports and different things. So it's all coming together slowly but surely, guys. We're moving in the right direction.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a small technical question on that page that the treasurer was referencing under common school permanent land fund. There's Wyoming real estate at 18 million, and it seems to be in a different category. I'm wondering what that loan was.
Treasurer Meyer?
If I recall, it was for the purchase of land that was private land or land loan from somebody else that was purchased. And we can get that report. We get a report from State Lands. That's a report that I'm sure that we can talk to them and make sure that you guys get. Because there's a special account that they have, and the Board of Land Commissioners uses that when we're doing exchanges or trades or purchases, there's an accounting for that money. And so it's a rather short report. There's probably less than 20 lines in it over the course of the last decade or so, because there hasn't been a lot of land sales and land exchanges and purchases. So we can get that to you, or State Lands can get that. Should we distribute that to Polly or to Karen, or where do we go with that, Mr. Chairman?
To Polly and Karen both, and they'll get it to the committee. Thank you.
Okay. We'll talk to State Lands. And Don, you got that written down? Okay.
Yes.
All right, great.
Senator
I
Kinski.
presume, Mr. Co-Chair, I presume that State Lands is listening, because for most of these, Kurt, you're just kind of the pass-through or the entity. It's not like you're managing or participating. Is that fair?
Well, in some regards, yes. In the large loans, after it's approved by the Business Council and the State Loan and Investment Board, we're actually the entity that manages it, that provides for the contracting, provides for the oversight in the large loan projects.
So what I'm curious about is why that is. I mean, it doesn't seem to me that necessarily, I don't know if that falls in your bailiwick of expertise in your office. And as you just said earlier, it kind of, unless you've got special people trained to do that, it's a burden that burdens your office. And I wonder if that happens just out of coincidence over time, or how that evolved.
Well,
and then the follow-up is that something you want us to look at?
Well, I think that our expertise right now is on these legacy ones is basically in our legal department, and in those negotiations and working with that. So they don't take a great deal of time for us right now. It's the one that took quite a little bit of time that didn't move forward, and I don't even know if you guys even knew about this one. There was a project that we aptly named Houses for Mouses, and it was a guy that was putting together a business plan to essentially provide these disposable houses for laboratory mice, and it was kind of interesting, but that took quite a little bit of time, to do the due diligence on, and essentially at the end of the day, they had some wanted to go out, I guess, and shop for some loans outside of the state for the other side of it, and that didn't turn out the way that they had hoped. So that didn't move forward, but that did take quite a little bit of time out of our office in that regard. So, there are some areas there that operationally that we would probably get some other capacity that would not be within the chief investment officer's purview to handle those, and wouldn't necessarily be in the purview of our investment team. So those are areas there that as we go through our analysis and our operational audit, those things will come up. And I think rather than saying, go ahead and go work on this right now, let's see what the outcomes of the operational audit are. Because I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse on everything. There's a lot of things that I know that I want to move on, irregardless of what the operational audit shows, its asset allocations and other things, but that's outside of basically what happens within the shop. Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman or Representative Nicholas?
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with the treasurer's indulgence, we have Katie Smith on the line. She is having internet issues, but is able to join by phone. And I think she's able to answer many, if not all, of representatives' concerns right now, if that is the will of the committee.
That'd be great. Senator Kinski, I see you and I'll get to you in a moment. And Senator Guru, do you still have your question or are you content?
Content.
Okay, so Senator Kinski, after Katie's response, I'll get to you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee. I apologize. I've been trying to get in. And so I know that there was some questions on what was that 18 million comprised of for real estate. So I have a list of the different pieces of property. State land purchases is what that is comprised of. One is Bonham, one is Duncan Ranch, one is the Mariah Ranch, one is the Sod Green, and then one is the X Bar Ranch, all with different amounts, the largest being the Mariah Ranch. And I can definitely coordinate with the state lands to get more information on those promissory notes and those things, but it is comprised of those pieces of land for that $18 million.
Great. We look forward to seeing a summary of that and that more information regarding that. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Other items you would like to address that were questions asked previously, Ms. Smith?
I was in and out, Mr. Chairman, so if there are other questions that I missed, please let me know and I would be happy to try to answer those right now.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Katie, would you please address the Gillette Madison? I think
I've got Senator Hicks.
Yeah,
we'll get to you in a minute. We'll get to you in a minute, Senator Hicks.
All right.
I've got you on the list. Go ahead, Ms. Smith, with Don's question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the committee. So the Gillette Madison, it was outstanding at the end of the year, 44 million. However, benefits have been determined to have accrued on that, and 40 million of that loan was paid back in the beginning of this fiscal year. So they're outstanding 4 million right now, but 40 million did come back to us in the first couple months of this fiscal year.
Okay, very good. With that, Senator Kinski.
She answered my question.
Okay, very good. Moving quickly now. Senator Hicks and then Representative Nicholas. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Katie, on that 18 million for those land acquisitions, and we had the discussion earlier, that's the plus or minus 10% policy as far as if we sell something with the state school trust lands, that we acquire something in exchange for that to maintain that. My question is are all of these properties fall into that category where we're trying to keep that 10% plus or minus state allocation of land? And why are we using public purpose investments through this to acquire those assets? Why are we showing the balance here when the revenues for the sale of the other properties went into the school foundation program, but we're using the money here to finance that? I'd just like to understand that a little better.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks. That's a great question and something that I'm looking into as well. You know, I'm not sure, these are all historical and very old land purchases that have just been kind of carried forward throughout the years. And so working with the state lands, I'll be able to better determine exactly what was the money source, why was that used opposed to another option, and those kinds of things for these land purchases. Purchases going forward have not been utilized this way. So I would like to do more research for you and be able to give you a better comprehensive explanation as to the purpose, the reason, and if those were part of that 10% as well.
All right, thank you.
Representative Nicholas.
Yeah, I'm just curious, the 40 million that was paid back on the Madison loan, is that in addition to the 44 outstanding, or is that part of it?
That is part of it, Mr. Chairman and Representative Nicholas, that is part of the 44. So currently right now it's 4 million outstanding for that loan. And that just happened to be a perfect timing, right? End of the fiscal year, we had 44, and within the first 60 days of the next fiscal year, they paid off 40.
Thank you. And I like those Longhorns behind you.
It's a really silly camera angle. I apologize.
Representative Kirkbride.
Thank you, Chairman Walters. I would just mention that in about 16, the Management Audit Committee audited the Public Purpose Investment Program. So there might be some information in that report that would shed light on some of this discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Scott, you heard that, so I'm sure you can find it and provide it to us if it seems relevant. Thank you.
Yes.
Further questions on public purpose investments? Well, we have the experts in front of us. Okay, seeing none, I think we'll move on from public purpose investments to the IFC committee report and recommendations of legal or policy changes. Treasurer Meyer, do you want to start, or do you want to just have Mr. Sackett take it away?
I think I'll have Mr. Sackett take it away, go over his prepared notes there that we went through, and then kind of bring up some areas that, that necessarily would be in the short term or intermediate term area there that that we might have some further discussion on. And I guess looking at your extended legislative calendar here that I assume is going to go forward might give us an opportunity to actually get more done this year than we would have normally, because you probably would have met and been out the door before we could actually get some of these ideas to gel. So I think that might give us an opportunity.
Okay, Mr. Sackett, take it away.
Chairman Perkins, Vice Chairman Walters, members of the committee, Matt Sackett with the Treasurer's Office. I think the Treasurer's previous comments, before the public purpose investment discussion and our general discussion involving other states, reserve accounts, the inviolate nature, that kind of covered a lot of what I was going to probably talk about. I think, generally speaking, after the Treasurer's Annual Conference, that was really kind of the genesis of this idea. And I think after that meeting, the general belief by all the people that were there was that it was time to take a serious look, at the Wyoming Investment Program and ways to functionally improve it. The Select Committee, you guys appointed a subcommittee, as we talked about, and we met with them on September 25th jointly with the IFC. That really got, a number of ideas rolling and areas to look. The subcommittee subsequently sent a letter of request with a list of about 15 or 20 questions for the IFC members to consider. While we haven't had a lot of time to report on this large topic, the IFC would like to thank the committee for taking a serious look at this, program and how we can fix, and improve the Wyoming investment system. The IFC is excited to delve into this project and these questions because they see that there are a number of improvements that can be made and make this functionally better for the state of Wyoming. In fact, I actually had conversations with several of the IFC members over the weekend, and they are working on ideas as we speak. So that's good. We've done a lot of digging, but it's just a very large project with a lot of pieces. And so it's going to take a little time to cohesively put some of this together. The IFC is planning further deliberations at its meeting this week. And then I would guess further meetings after that as well. And I would envision a meeting with the subcommittee again when time would allow for that. So I don't know if Treasurer Meyer has any further thoughts.
Some of the specific things that talking with the IFC that I think that we'd like to go move forward on, and is the asset allocations that we have, and looking at the 70-30 split. We had hoped that we were going to be able to do something with the definition of income and be able to have some non-leveraged real assets that we could put into that, but they kept falling back into the definition of equity. And that goes into those that classification that CIO Patrick Fleming was talking about, as far as, things that necessarily were creditworthy were pretty close, but would return several percentage points higher than what the standard fixed income asset would be. But it has a liquidity problem. And so it also has a problem is that most of those things are determined to be equities, whether they're private equities in a fund, or whether they're actually real assets that are non-levered, or what other classification of asset that gives you the liquidity premium, but necessarily isn't a fixed income asset. So we're coming up against that threshold again of the 70-30 split. And if you look at some of the stuff that was generated by RBK, some of the people are at I think target range is well in excess of 70% now in the sovereign wealth funds. And if you look at the restrictions on asset allocations, the majority of the sovereign wealth funds don't have any restrictions at all on asset allocations. So it we'll probably seek to move into a higher classification of equities in that regard, which that constitutionally falls under the purview of the legislature. The other thing that we do want to look at is something that is called a reference portfolio. And we're going to get you guys some more information on that so you understand it. But essentially, it's a good way to monitor your risk appetite, and necessarily it doesn't enumerate the exact asset allocations that you're going to have in a portfolio, but it gives you a range of risk or value at risk, and you manage your funds based on that. I know New Zealand does it. Most of the Canadian pension funds do it. Josh can tell you how many, below the 48th do it. Not that many, I believe. But what it does do is give you the flexibility, and the CIO the flexibility of making asset determinations and allocations based more on a total return, similar as what you guys were talking about earlier, rather than what we're doing today. So it has, I think, a promise of moving our investments into the cutting edge of the future of what's out there in the investment world. We want to go, I think, do it in a manner that everybody understands what we're doing. And so there's going to be a good educational process that's moving forward, because we want to make sure that everybody understands exactly where we're going, because no matter what we do, it's going to be a real heavy lift. And it's going to take a lot of you guys understanding, you know, what we're trying to accomplish and why we're trying to accomplish it, and the reason and the need for it. So that's what I think we have, what we have to look forward to. And that's working, you know, with our investment professionals, and that's the IFC. And in that regard too, I think we need to have a discussion. And this is what bringing up what I've been trying to do, and that's was trying to get our CIO Patrick Fleming to concentrate on investing and to divest him of some of the other responsibilities that they have. And I know that the CIO from WRS, Sam Musati, might you know, opine on this as far as the need to have his I guess participation in the IFC, and that's necessarily, it kind of interferes with some of the things that he has to do in his day job. And I think it necessarily interferes with some of the things that our CIO has to do in his day job also. But I don't want to change the number of the folks on the IFC, but maybe a look at adding specific elements to the IFC that we don't have there now. That those would be people that have that expertise in real assets and in the type of assets that would be replacing the some of the fixed income, you know, in private equities and other areas. We have some really sharp people there, but necessarily not any asset specific expertise in areas of real estate, or we have some I think that a couple of them are good in private equity and in different areas like that. But I want to look at trying to make sure that as we build an investment board, that we have all our bases covered. So I want to have a good discussion with the folks that are on the subcommittee, and with you guys also, as to what the IFC, what pieces need to be in there to have the most effective and I guess investment advisory committee. I think they're a great bunch of folks, but I think that we need to add a couple elements in there. And so, you know, those are the things that I think that we can do, hopefully move through this process legislatively and have some good discussions and actually have some forward movement on these things. And that's being able to get more out of our asset allocation. As folks, we're not going to live on, you know, 1.1, 1.3%. That's not going to do it. And I think we all know that, but we need to move forward and do so in a manner that is the best, gives us the best risk return that we can get out there. But understand that we have to we have to start defining what our appetite for risk is, and that's where the reference portfolio comes in. That keeps us in that gives us the sideboards that we need to have. And I think we can do that statutorily. I've asked Josh to look at some different areas and different definitions that might work, but be in that constitutional framework of defining equity, but to do so in a reference portfolio that basically gives us the sideboards, but gives us the opportunity not to be so prescriptive, but to really look at the big picture. And it just is it's a challenging, but it's an exciting time to look at the opportunities that we have right now. And I know that some of you guys are going off this committee and retiring from the legislature, but I want to tell you that I hope I have the ability to give you a call and ask for your advice after the first of the year, or after some of these other guys get sworn in, because I really do respect your abilities. And you know who you are out there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for the treasurer or for Mr. Sackett regarding the IFC report that they've provided? Okay. Oh, Senator Guru, and we will get to to comments from the working group here shortly. Just wanting to know if there was anything right now for these members, these folks.
Just a question, if I can.
Please, Senator Guru.
Thank you. Treasurer Meyer and staff as well. I agree with you about, building that baseline of knowledge for whatever we have to do is going to take all of us to be on the same page. But I was wondering, a lot of times we talk about, or Kurt, you talk about, this model and that model, state models. We talked about New Mexico. We've talked about others. Could we get at some point just some baseline information of what best practices are in other states? I know that there's been a lot of talk about this around, but it would be nice for me, it'd be helpful for me, and I think helpful for this group, if we're going to start selling something and take pieces and parts of some models, that we kind of have that baseline information. So that would be kind of helpful if that's possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, certainly we can do that. I think that we need to know that and I think that Representative Harshman, Speaker Harshman, brought this to our attention as far as how hard it would be to sell a constitutional amendment. That it's going to be pretty tough to get past that thought of an inviolate corpus, and that's one of the things that is out there that I think that we need to look at and try to make a determination about how we can do that, but at the same time give the folks a feeling that we're putting sideboards on whatever we do put together. And when I say sideboards, it's like that we have some limitations. And I think I heard this in relationship to the JAC committee and the ability of the governor to be levying money out of the reserve accounts. And so I think what we need to do is make sure that as we move forward and we look at a constitutional amendment, that we put some restrictions in there as far as the ability of the outside political units to effectively interfere with the investment abilities of the investment team and the CIO. And that looks to me that those restrictions have to be judicial, executive, and legislative. And I think that those things have to be in that constitutional amendment. So there are some restrictions or protocols in that area. And I think that's some discussions that we can have to give people that comfort level to move to that next step, perhaps, of taking away that protection of not turning the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund into another LSRA. And I think that's what you're gonna have, is that discussion that, well, they just want to spend it all, and so if we take these sideboards off and not having it inviolate, then as it was heard in 22 or 24, we're gonna have the reserve fund spent. So does that mean, like in 65 the whole fund is spent? So I think we have to put some sideboards on that as far as encumbrances and appropriations, and New Mexico does have a constitutional limit on the cap of the spending policy. They put some protections in their constitution. And getting back, I think that's one road that we have to travel down. And getting back to best practices, I think I don't know how many of you guys have got the Canadian thing that Tom Chapman sent me, but we can get that forwarded to you. And they've got 4 different funds. They're all pension funds and not sovereign wealth funds, but they do have, I think, a spattering of best management practices. They do have some tables that go through evolutions in 4 different steps as far as that goes. Definitions of what a mature plan would be. And in some areas we're in the beginning, and other areas we're almost all the way to a mature plan. But in other areas we're in the middle in different areas of that, or those tables. So I think you can look at some things, but realize that each one of those plans have different goals. They have different stakeholders. We've got 10 funds now. How many funds will we have 20 years from now? If you're setting something up, you want to make sure that it has that flexibility. And what's a best practice for one fund necessarily wouldn't be a best practice for another fund, based on the stakeholders and based on what works for the PMTF necessarily wouldn't be necessarily what should be working for the SAP or the Hathaway or somebody or some other fund. So, I'm saying that one size necessarily isn't going to fit all. But one of the things that most of these funds have, they have an autonomy away from government. And I don't know whether you guys are willing to cross that road. You look at the WCDA, that's an instrumentality. That's a separate and complete autonomy away from the state. They have to follow the federal and state guidelines on HR, but they've got their own performance package that wasn't necessarily blessed by the legislature or anybody else. They did it on their own volition because they have that autonomy. Their funding is derived from, I think, 150 basis points over their bond rate return, and that's set statutorily or by regulation by the federal government that they can't make more than that 150 points, and that's what they live on. So that's the difference that most of these funds that we're having that are going into the best management practices, that's what they have. They have that autonomy. So whether or not the legislature is willing to say, we're going to give you an amount of money that you can use on basis points, and the IFC is going to regulate this, and we're going to have hands off, and we're just going to make sure that we're guaranteed, a reasonable spending amount, and that's it. Now that's a heavy lift for the legislature to say. Now we're going to be hands off enough to have that independence. But that's one of the things that's essentially common in these different funds. And so it's going to be hard, I think, for some of these things to occur. One, a constitutional amendment that gives you the flexibility. One is the flexibility of asset allocation of the chief investment officer. The WRS chief investment officer can make an asset allocation change in 4 or 5 hours. It takes us 4 or 5 months. So, there's that flexibility that these different endowment style and pension style funds have that we don't have. And that's the flexibility that they have that makes them successful. They have internal trading floors, and they have internal asset management that is for real assets. We don't have that. So those are the things that make those people successful. Now they've evolved into it over a course of decades. Now I don't know how long it's going to take us to get from point A to point Z, but there's a lot of things that if you're going to be essentially the best, you essentially have to look to figure out which are the things that you have to do. And I'll report to you the most important thing, and I'll go over it again and again, is asset allocation is 80 to 90% of your returns. And that's where we need to concentrate on. And then we need to concentrate on how do we implement the implementation of that. And there's some good stuff there. So, I've been working on this for a long time, guys. And I can tell you, I haven't got all the answers. The more I work on it, the more questions I have. But I hope that we're going to keep a team together for a few years here that can get us down that road. And I'm going to look forward to, as I said before, working with you folks.
Okay. Any other questions for the treasurer, Mr. Sackett, regarding the IFC? Seeing none, we'll move on to the working group report on this same topic. Senators Garou, Hicks, Representative Nicholas, and Schwartz. Would one of you like to lead the way, Representative Nicholas? I'll start with you. How's that sound, Representative Nicholas? And the others can chime in as you go.
Sure, that sounds fine. So in your packet, you have the October 29th, 2020 letter that the working group, after having a meeting with the IFC, composed and directed towards them. And basically what we're doing is asking them to provide us with the best practices of both, in every major realm of the operations of investments, from governance to the internal investment teams, to the tools available to the investment team itself. Generalize, how do we go to a maximum return with a medium least amount of risk? And so what happened was then the IFC had met, that was last Monday, Tuesday, and came up with the draft answers. And as part of this, and you'll have an opportunity to query, for example, Tom Chapman, who's on the IFC. He did a considerable amount of work and provided a bunch of materials to the IFC and to begin this process. And what I'd like to do, and to Matt Sackett, I think I would like is to have all of the materials that have been received by the treasurer's office and shared with the LSO, so we can create a SharePoint website link so that all of the CapFin folks can go back and start reviewing those materials. Those materials include the Canadian fund breakdowns and various other funds. There's just a bunch of work there that has been done. There is a draft letter response that is still being crafted as a formal response by the IFC members that they will work on again. I believe on Thursday, the IFC has a meeting to follow up on those draft responses. But there's been a lot of information and materials garnered that will be useful, I think, to this committee as we move forward. And so what I anticipate happening is the working group will continue to review those informations, meet with the IFC again once we receive them, to kind of circle the wagons on what the low-hanging fruit is, where we go from there, and report back to the CapFin. And then what I'm hoping is that we can talk about at the end of the day is that based upon the structure that is likely to transpire between now and when we actually go into session, that we'll have at least one additional CapFin meeting to work through those recommendations, what and if any legislative action that we need to take to facilitate some of the once again the low-hanging fruit, and then also move into the next larger issues that have been explained in part by Kurt earlier, in terms of reevaluating the fundamental makeup of our portfolios and going kind of into a different analysis of how those are managed, how the funds are combined, and moving forward there. So my computer's tinking at me. And so I would just talk about that in general. They responded to the governance issues. They've responded to what types of funds that are out there. And so Matt, if you might, I know that you supplied us with a short 2 or 3 page synopsis of their conclusions. It might be helpful if you just share with the CapFin what those are and what materials were provided to you and kind of where they're at right now.
Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Vice Chairman, Representative Nicholas. Yeah, I worked with Tom Chapman, who had chatted with a number of the IFC members. We put together basically kind of a summary, but there were no real specific positions taken by the IFC. I think these are general ideas, but any kind of specifics have not been agreed to. And honestly, there are some different viewpoints among the IFC members, which I think is good. I'd be maybe a little more concerned if everyone had one specific idea that was supported. But we did receive a number of other studies. The Canadian study has been referenced a number of times. I think it is helpful. It's 104 pages long, but there are some good summary tables and whatnot in there. So there's also an Columbia Business School study that has been done. It's more broader based and focuses on a number of sovereign wealth funds. RVK has also presented, in the past, a couple of different summaries. Some are a couple years old from past treasurers conferences and whatnot. I can talk to Josh. I see he's on and nodding his head. We can make sure we have all of those pieces put together from RVK, provide those to the committee as well. I'm happy to pass along the summary if Bob thinks that that's important. I think I would just note that it's not a finished product. We were just trying to kind of gather all of the documents and ideas into specific categories that could then be further refined and honed in, I guess. So I don't know if that answers your question specifically about.
Yeah, thank
Go ahead,
you.
Representative Nicholas.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. So what I'd like to do is all the informations that were perceived, and Josh, thanks for your help on that. And if you would, let's just share those materials, make sure everyone gets them, and so we can develop a SharePoint in the LSO. And so, Ian, if you're on board, why don't you coordinate with Matt so we can do that? Probably the next thing as we begin to educate ourselves on this, and probably moving into the next biennium, we'll have to develop a process or a procedure on how we go about moving into these next and delve into these larger issues and larger steps that the IFC and general best practices will recommend. Part of that, I think, would be then having follow-ups with Josh, having them presented to us. And frankly, I think it'd be useful to present it to the whole committee, not just to the working group, so everyone understands and has the terminology as we work through this, and so we can develop a process. And Josh, you may be even more valuable in helping us develop that process on how we go through the evaluation of comparing best practices with our current and overlaying that with the Wyoming system, as Kurt talked about it earlier, and what we can and can't do now, long versus short term and long or more medium term, to enhance our investment practices as quickly as possible, but also then to develop a long-term scenario on how we will incorporate our system into a more modernized system if we are if that's we conclude, and the legislature ultimately concludes is that's what we want to do. So any comments on that, Josh, and where we've been, and kind of if you just give a quick synopsis of what your participation has been so far.
Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you, Representative Nicholas. As many of you probably recall from the last couple of Treasurers Conferences, we've presented on many of these topics that are being discussed, and the IFC did meet. We were part of that meeting as well last week, and I think Matt has summarized those discussions pretty well. As Becky and I have thought about this issue, we've found it helpful to sort of take a step back a little bit sometimes. There's a lot of things that end up getting discussed that are implementation oriented or detail oriented, but in response to the letter that you all sent to the IFC, there are really, from our standpoint, kind of three major areas that we would group things into. And there's a natural sort of order of priority in investing institutional funds. And it can be really helpful to sort of understand what that order of priority is. It can be a little bit like building a house. There's an order of priority there. There's a foundation that's important to everything. Then you've got the framing, and then you've got all of the materials that go into it. So that happens in a very specific order for a reason, and it's not a perfect, but it's a useful analogy for thinking about investment programs. And the three high-level areas that we see are we would categorize into kind of three areas in response to the letter. One was governance structure, sort of all the who makes what decisions, what the accountability and feedback loops are. Two would be removal of investment constraints, things that constrain the investment program and prohibit best practices from investing. And then three would be anything that you can do to move towards a true total return approach, whatever that looks like. And we talked about that third one quite a bit this morning. Of the three, all of those are important. Of the three, we would suggest that the third one is currently the most binding constraint. So this income issue that we talked about quite a bit this morning, we sort of see that as the binding constraint currently. But it's not to say that all of those things aren't important. And to Senator Garreau's earlier question, we've got a ton of information on, we spent quite a bit of time talking to other states, other funds. We update an annual survey of those funds, their performance, their asset allocation. So happy to share any of that information that's useful to you. I would also mention there's a few other sort of external sources that are good. There's a group called the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds. And that group has published a set of they term best practice principles, and they call them the Santiago Principles. And you can find these pretty easily on their website, but those Santiago Principles, I think, are what sort of timeless ideas that are good on best practices. And those would be a good reference to be familiar with. And they're not going to tell you do this exactly, but I would suggest they're sort of a good filter to run everything through, to ask, okay, what are we doing as it relates to this best practice principle? How is it different and why? So this is, sorry, I'm rambling on a little bit here, Representative Nicholas, but happy to share what we can and be part of this process with you.
Thanks, Josh. That'd be great. And whatever you have to share that you think would be of value, you can provide it to Matt or to Ian Shaw at LSO, so we can put together, for those of us who can't sleep at night, we'll start reading that stuff and we can put through it in SharePoint. So that's really all I have at this point. So the other members, please go ahead. I just say that we'll probably do a follow-up to the CAPFIN after we meet, the IFC meets, and we have more, we kind of put all these things together and with general recommendations and just thought processes. And also we've asked, once we have the IFC information in our letter, we asked Kurt to respond and give his feedback as well. So that will probably kind of be the next step as well.
Okay, Senator Garreau, so we can hear from a senator on this subject, and then we'll go to you, Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just take off on what Bob was saying. To me, the thing that would be most helpful for this group, and then moving on to the body in general, is to take that information and then lay it into the parts that are policy that we can work on now, and policy within that we can work with Treasurer Meyer and the staff to just implement. And then what statutorial things, changes that we can contemplate and make. And then the big one then at the end would be constitutional amendment. And to me, it's still like a reward. We know that there's more, each way we go down the line, there's more risk involved. And before we go to the public with a constitutional change, to me, that's going to require not only a big lift, but a more global solution on both sides of this funding equation. So I think that's farther down the line, but I think to be the only way we could pass muster with a vote on that is to have that package together, and something that we can all readily explain to everyone and get that buy-in at the legislature first. But those first two pieces, we might be able to go farther than we think with what's out there. But I don't want to go like Bob, sitting up at night reading my SharePoint and then go off in one direction and then get told, well, you can't do that because it's not constitutional. So having a little help up front on those before I run into too many rabbit holes and would be helpful. So, but I think we're getting there, and I appreciate the work of the IFC and appreciate the work of the staff. Treasurer Meyer, I think we appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my good friend Senator Garud hit some of my points. And I do want to thank particularly the treasurer for getting this conversation started at the conference in the first place. I think the thing that I was happiest to see at the beginning, we really didn't give the IFC a whole lot of time to respond based on our letter, was that they didn't agree at all, that they basically had widely varying viewpoints. And that made me feel so much better knowing that as we go forward in this process, we're going to have alternatives to look at and try. And what I want to do is get a better understanding of all the participants, because I would include RVK in this and any other input. We are going to get these varying viewpoints, and it's going to take some time to figure out how to select what's going to work best for us given our constitutional limitations. So I'm looking forward to this, but I'm not expecting it to go quickly. And this is, this is the kind of issue where speed might not be to our advantage, and going cautiously could be good. And I'm getting old, so I'm getting more cautious. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to be quick here. I know we're at the lunch hour, but we've talked a lot about, the general fund and the Permanent Mineral Wyoming Trust Fund. One of the things that became pretty apparent to me when our conversation with the IFC is there's an educational process that has to flow both ways. We have a whole bunch of other accounts. I mean, that's only $8 billion. What do we do with the Common School Permanent Land Fund? Different policies, different issues, different procedures. So my cautionary note is we need to take a big picture, because we certainly want to increase our returns for those school counts as well as the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. I think retirement needs to be part of that discussion moving forward. All of these funds is to try to develop what I would say is a consistent approach for all of our $22 billion in investment, not just the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. One of the things that became really apparent in our discussion with the IFC, they didn't understand all the different pots of monies and the different obligations and what we can and can't do with those, both constitutionally, statutorily. So I would just say it's going to take a little longer than I think people expect, but that would be my observations and my recommendations, that we got to go in and kind of look at all of these to see if we're going to hit that maximum objective of returns with the lowest level of risk. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Nicholas.
Great, thank you, everybody. Just a quick couple follow-ups. The IFC folks, we have agreed to kind of get better educated on our 10 funds and understand them better. And so I had a conversation with Josh and Don Richards to set up we're in the process of setting up a meeting to effectuate that as part of this. It's interesting that, our earlier discussions this morning with Speaker Harshman's concept of what we do with the 1%, because those are discussions we had in our informal group meetings as how we can go about growing the reserve accounts, because the reserve accounts are kind of the first step in this process of enlarging them or doing something with them so that there's more flexibility to have long-term investments, the 3 to 5 year span that we talked about earlier this morning with those assets to increase our return on those assets. And so it's just interesting that these are all coming together at once. Then we have the discussion of, well, here we are in the largest deficit that Wyoming has faced in history, literally. And yet we're thinking about taking 1% and doing and saving it and investing it. And that makes this in some ways that makes this discussion more difficult and harder to make decisions. But on the other hand, this is a time of action. This is a time where I think that the legislature is going to stand up and take the bull by the horns. And so maybe this is the right time to do it. There is no easy time to do it. So I hope it's a good opportunity to act. Before we conclude, real quickly, I wanted Patrick and then perhaps Josh to talk about, if we can, the derivatives and the other quick actions that we could do just to kind of lay the background of that so that the committee understands those things. So if you would, Patrick, why don't you jump in and talk about those? In a nutshell, what we're saying is, at a minimum, what the things we can do right away is give Patrick some of the flexibilities that the Variety Retirement has to make quick decisions on a short-term investment activities that will, help him earn greater returns. So could you just give us a quick synopsis of that, Patrick, if you're there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas, thank you. What Representative Nicholas is talking about is just having the exact same flexibility that all of our managers have. And when we're talking about the use of futures and options, it's not to have leverage in the fund. It is much more risk mitigation. So what you're doing, you could use futures to be able to get a position on, and then you can replicate it with the underlying securities, or you can use it as a risk side if you think that the market is over or underbought and you wanted to do something to hedge out some of that exposure. The other side of it on the option side is you can do what's called covered call strategies, where you're long the underlying security and then you sell an out of the money call against it to try and get that premium differential when volatility is quite high. So those are some of the issues that we had talked about in a nutshell, not to increase leverage, but to use it as a risk mitigation tool, just like all of our managers currently are able to do with futures and options.
Representative Nicholas, would that then require a statutory change to accomplish that?
That was my next question to Patrick, and what exactly has to happen? Is it a SLIB board rule? Is it a policy or procedure, and how can we help?
My understanding, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative, my understanding is it's not spelled out in the policy right now. And so just for clarity's sake, we do believe that that would be a SLIB board decision that would allow us to do that. But I don't know if the legalese on it, but that was according to Lisa Jurdy Spillman, who pointed that out.
And Mr. Chairman, that as a follow-up, as we walk through down this road, the other leg of the stool is SLIB has to be part of this, and kind of because as we review the governance, as we review the activities and giving more authority to the investment team, it's something that they're going to have to agree to and be part of, because it will impact them. It'll, when the IFC members looked at the rules and regulations that SLIB follows for their governance, they were kind of shell-shocked. They said, my goodness, why in the world do you have 4 or 5 elected officials with this extensive set of rules and regs for a group of folks that really aren't investors? They're not advisors, and yet they're acting like they're the ones that are controlling the investment advisors. They said in the large sovereign funds, and instead of being 120 pages, it's 4 pages, or it's 10 or 15 pages. And so it's just lots of things we're learning as we go down this process, but to facilitate this process and these questions with SLIB is part of what we need to do. So thanks.
Very good. Anything further on this subject? Recommendations on the IFC? Okay, thank you. And Josh, thank you for remaining with us to answer questions and be part of the discussion. My only thought is, and it really follows up on Senator Garu's comment, the lift to get a constitutional change might be quite hefty. And so storming down that road may not be our most efficient option, and looking at other alternatives to work within the existing confines or confines that we can change just through legislative means maybe as beneficial use of time as trying to go down the road of thinking that we will get that constitutional change. So just food for thought as you proceed. Okay, moving on, spending policy recommendations, Treasurer Meyer.
I think Senator Hicks had a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed you, Senator Hicks.
Hand up.
Senator Hicks,
Yeah, Mr.
I
Chairman.
apologize, I missed you.
That's fine. I'm just trying to think out loud here, but it sure seems to me with these things that when we start looking with the futures and the options, the hedges and the call signs, if really that's a function of slip board policy at this point in time, it seems to me like it would be prudent for us, if we want to institutionalize this, that we actually look at that policy and then see if it should be a statutorily component to institutionalize that. My concern is if we don't do that, nothing will happen in the near term. And this is one of the things that I think the IFC says you can do right now to take action to start to give investment opportunities to drive those, and just maybe a better governance mechanism. So I just wonder if we just pause right now and say, well, okay, or should we have staff start to look at those rules and just draft something up as to what that statutorily would look like to give the treasurer's office the ability to use those. That's just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman. I hate to leave this subject without a definitive direction as to what we're doing.
Josh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks. From my perspective, the binding constraint on the use of derivatives is the spending policy mechanics. Back to that. So let me explain. This is a great example of how that restricts you currently. So Wyoming Retirement System utilizes an overlay program for rebalancing purposes. So, and that's a derivative-based overlay program where if they're overweight equities, they'll short the equity market to give them the net exposure that's consistent with their policy. And that is one option that some would consider to be a better way to rebalance. There's not universal agreement on that. But when we get into this discussion on this for the Treasurer's Office portfolios, for example, and we talk about rebalancing, we can't even consider that because the problem with futures is they're short-term contracts, right? And in the example of being overweight equities and using a short S&P 500 future to rebalance, if, you know, that's, Patrick knows these derivatives contracts way better than I ever will, but they tend to be shorter term contracts, and you'll make, if you're short the market, you'll make money if the market goes down, and you'll lose money if the market goes up. Now, the problem with these short-term contracts and the ability to have a realized gain or loss that's really outside of your control in a short period of time, that becomes problematic when you've got this income-based spending policy. So even though all of your managers can use derivatives, historically, there have been times when they've really been, even they have been really encouraged not to, because they were passing through losses from some of these derivatives contracts. Now, in a sort of total economic value in that basis, in that scenario I'm using, your overweight equities, you short the market with futures for rebalancing purposes. If the market goes up further from there, yes, you'd have a loss on the future, but you'd also have an offsetting gain in the underlying security. So you actually don't really care so much in that scenario. but because you've got the accounting and the definitions driving everything, that in my book, that's just another example of how that is getting in the way of what, when we get into these discussions about, well, why don't we do this? That is often what takes some of the better approaches off the table, because we have to be concerned about that income issue and avoiding realized losses. So I hope that's helpful for that discussion. To me, that's sort of that's the issue with futures as it relates to why they're problematic.
So, Mr. Chairman, going back then to Senator Hicks' comment, I think what we need, Patrick and Josh, is a succinct articulation of what this is, what the rules are, so that we can then address SLIB and their counsel, basically, I think who we'll have to talk to, so that we can then cross-pollinate the concept and the thoughts and see what we can come up with. And our working group would be happy to follow up on that, so we can actually get something done.
Sounds great, Representative Nicholas. That's what we'll do then. Your working group will get with SLIB and Josh and Patrick and figure out what's necessary to move that forward.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Chairman Perkins.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just a couple follow-up questions as I was listening. The two things that had struck me was that we've got inside of our investment policies a couple limiting factors. One is the fact that we have to account for income, and the income rule gets in the way. It gets in the way quite succinctly and importantly. And it sounds like that because the income rule, once we go in, and if we want to sell if we want to adjust an allocation within an investment band, we have to, as my understanding is, we have to sell off the entire investment in that arm. Is that correct?
Patrick?
And why is help us understand why that is? Is that just because once we do that, we have to recognize all income in that fund ratably across all the assets?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Perkins, that is how we used to do it when we just had the two asset allocations, and part of the accounting issues and all of the problems that we gave Katie and her crew is when we went to the siloed approach to look at each individual asset class or group separately. So in the past, when we did want to sell a security, it had to go across all of the funds. But now that we're in what's called planned sub-accounting, we can sell an asset out of one fund and not have that same requirement anymore.
Okay, so that has just been somewhat resolved.
Correct.
All right. And then help us understand if we move to more away from, the income model that we've used, and we move back towards I'll call it a unit trust or an investment amount, and so which allows us to do a total investment return type of element to what we do. How would that differ with what happens now?
Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Perkins, the difference on that would be kind of as Josh mentioned before, where you don't care where the money comes from. It is a total portfolio. So realized and unrealized gains do not matter. It looks at the total fund. And Josh can comment on otherwise, but if we have that flexibility to where you're just looking at a total fund and not worrying about gains, losses, whether or not we made the spending policy, if it is just taken out of that fund, it would just be like a rebalance. You would just, if you're taking the 5% out of the fund, you would just take 5% out of all monies across all funds and be done with it. Whether there's a realized gain or loss it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. And excuse me. And then, excuse me, then the last issue I think would be, well, I'm going to have to get a drink, so I'll sign off here in a sec.
Speaker Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to continue with that line that the president's working on. So Patrick, really then to go to that total return, it could happen in one of two ways. The cleanest is probably a constitutional amendment where we can, but the other one, barring that, would be to have a very large reserve account that's standing right beside it. Is that how I'm understanding this?
Patrick?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, that is how I understand it to be. I am not an expert in how we could do that from the fund source. But yes, if you had a large reserve account, just as you were saying, take the flow coming in, from FMRs or what have you and go through, that would grow the reserve account as well. But yes, that is another way to do it. But Josh, he knows this much more than I do on the various other funds and how they do it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Harshman. I apologize. I have another board meeting that I'm supposed to call in 2 and 4 minutes, so I'll make this comment briefly. I would also suggest that some of this may not necessarily even require reserve funds. Some of this may just be definitional, and may even be simpler than we all might think it is. The Utah example is sort of a good example of how it's just definitional, right? They technically don't have a reserve account. They know what the corpus value is. They account for that through time. Any value in their portfolio that's above that they consider to be spendable, and their spending policy and the amount that gets distributed each year is deducted from the spendable assets. And when their portfolio has gains above the corpus value, that gets added to the accounting for spendable assets. And when you can get into that environment and get away from these accounting definitions that are artificially constraining, from our perspective, that's why I said earlier, that's the number one thing that you can do to free this up.
Josh, thank you very much. We'll let you get out of here and on to your next meeting, but we certainly appreciate your time today.
Thanks, my pleasure. Appreciate the opportunity. And I see Becky just joined back, so she's available to stay on, and she actually has a long history and knowledge base on this as well. So,
okay, thank you. Chairman Perkins, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess the other question I'd have along that, because Josh was going right down the idea I had, as we make contributions to the permanent funds, whether they be the
1%,
the 1%, or whether they be the constitutional, when those go in, are those immediately and by law, do they become part of the corpus?
Who wants to take a stab at that one?
Mr. Chairman?
Treasurer Meyer?
Well, they have in the past, and that was because when I believe this was Senator Schiffer that put that extra 1%, the statute said it was going to be deposited in the corpus. Now, the extra 1% by statute, a different statute, could deposit it in the reserve fund. So, but by Constitution, that 1.5% goes to the corpus.
Polly, do you have an answer for that?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to check on that and get back with you.
I see Ian showed up. We'll see what Ian has to say.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, thank you. Is the question then whether a direct deposit to the corpus is considered inviolate and can't be moved?
Chairman Perkins?
That's the crux of it.
Yes, I believe that would be the case. If it's a direct appropriation to the corpus itself, then it is inviolate and can't be moved. Of course, the appropriation could be made to the reserve account, in which case it would be expendable.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Chairman Perkins?
If one more, and so then what's the effect with the what was it, the 1.5% that comes to the Constitution? How does that read, Ian?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Perkins, yes, that is constitutionally mandated to be inviolate because that's what funds the account itself. But the additional severance taxes on top of that can be appropriated differently, but not that 1.5%.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just as while we're on this discussion, it seems likely but the capital gains and interest off of the permit are not part of the corpus, is the way I understand it. And so that might be the other source of revenue to build that reserve account too, or change some of that statutory language. But I would be curious to see if that would get us there or not. What's the difference in the value of the 1.5% in the severance taxes versus the capital gains and interest? I know that will flow into the general fund and we spend that, but is it a similar level of, so if you're just swapping funds then, I guess is what I'm looking at. If it's a swap, so we're still meeting that, Ian, as how do we view that within the corpus, the constitutional component of the corpus with the interest and dividends?
Well, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I think that brings us back to the discussion that Josh and was trying to fill us in on. And the fact is that we're constrained because of the income, accounting income, which has been a strained definition and a strained application since I've been in the legislature. It creates a little bit of a minefield you have to navigate around. If the benefit of considering a change to where you're looking at a total rate of return, and so you set up a spending policy or whatever you want to have, and that's the amount that's cashed in every year. What that does is, as you know, quite frankly, as long as, for example, this year you've got 1.1 billion in unrealized gains, as long as you have 1.8 billion unrealized gains, you know that you're 1.8 billion above the amount of the corpus. And so if you're taking a 5%, if you're taking $500 million out of it, it doesn't affect the ability to impact. It doesn't impact corpus because you still got a $500-600 million gap between what the recorded value of the corpus is and the value of the investment as a whole. And that's what one of these things that these fellows are getting at, and these ladies are getting at, is that we could simplify this, probably be a little bit more circumspect about how we invest and why we invest, and not have to be so bound down in the accounting definitions that we've really got the tail wagging the dog in so many instances. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Perkins. Any follow-up on those comments? Treasurer Meyer?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm following that logic. And you've got, say, 1.5 billion in unrealized capital gains. That's essentially, it's already invested in the stock market. So I'm not sure, if you were already at the 70% in equities, whether you could invest any more in the reserve account in equities, whether the reserve account actually falls under the equity cap or not. But you've already got it invested in equities, so that's about as good as return as you're going to get. You can only change it as if you take it out. I guess you could do a one-time sale and do a statutory distribution right after it hits the general fund to go into the reserve account. I really don't want to say that because I hate those statutory diversions.
Sounds good. Very good. So I think we have a plan of attack. Our subcommittee will work on the changes that might be needed, both to the policy as well as statutory changes if there are any, and we will hear back from them at a point in the future. So I think this subject is pretty much covered. Treasurer Meyer.
Well, one thing, and Josh said this, that the other thing we can work on is the problems that we have with income, and that's a constraint. And that's that 1 to 1.25% that we're getting off of that. So you'll be hearing, I think, something from us here directly, or we can work with the LSO staff to try to get a definition that will work to get rid of that constraint. And so that's the one thing that we'll work on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That sounds great. Wonderful. Okay, moving on to our next subject, the spending policy annual recommendations. Treasurer Meyer and Mr. Sackett, we have your memo that you sent us, but anything you want to add to it, Mr. Sackett?
No, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Sackett with the Treasurer's Office. As you've just heard through this discussion for the last hour and a half, we're looking at significant changes to the program as a whole, which should also probably have changes to the investment policies or to the spending policies. So our recommendation is no changes at this time, as we're looking, bigger picture on more wholesale changes. So no change recommendation. And we did present this to the SLIB at their last meeting, and they concurred and approved a suggestion of no changes to the spending policy. Keep that quick so we can go to lunch.
Any questions for Mr. Sackett on that spending policy recommendation from the Treasurer's Office? Okay, so yes, Speaker Harshman.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So no change from the 5%. Is that your recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, Speaker Harshman, no change from the current statutory guidance, which does ratchet down by 2.5% over a couple of years, down to 4.5%, I think.
Thank you.
Knowing that could likely change.
Okay, I'm glad you clarified that. Any other questions? All right, it looks like we've covered these subjects quite well. Becky, thank you again for being with us all morning. We certainly appreciate you and your office's advice. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
anything you'd like to offer before we wrap up?
Now, we're just really looking forward to digging into these topics and doing what we can to improve the investment program going forward. Obviously, Josh and I concur on all the priorities that we spoke of before. So we are here to help. So we look forward to future meetings and additional work on all of these topics.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee, I think we'll head to lunch. Would we be okay with a 45-minute lunch, committee, and come back at 1:15, or do you want to go to 1:30? Thumbs up for 1:15. Okay, I'm seeing quite a few thumbs up for 1:15, so we will reconvene at 1:15. Karen or Polly, could you let Tom Chapman and David Swindell and Sam Masudi know that we are a bit behind schedule and won't be starting until 1:15?
Absolutely. I'll make the necessary notifications.
Okay, very good. And as we discussed earlier, there has been no public comment submitted to the committee prior to this, so I think we will move on and there will not be any public comment for the time being. So with that, thank you, everyone, and we'll see everyone back at 1:15.